Okay, good morning, everyone. If you'll please start taking your seats. I can't see your face.
Oh. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It is currently 9:01, and it is March 25th, and we are here at the Doña County Board of County Commissioners Chamber, and I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. First up on the agenda today, we do have our invocation by Father Jim Lehman from the Holy American National Catholic Church. Come on up, Father Jim.
Good morning. If you are able, please stand for a moment of silence as we remember those who were affected by the shooting in Young Park last Friday. Let us pray. Gracious and loving God, we may call you by different names or no name at all, but you are love and peace, unity and wisdom. We are called to love each other. We may have come from different and diverse lands, but we are one people. Sometimes we have not lived up to this command of love and have avoided and judged the other, but we try again. We ask your blessings on our county commissioners as they gather together. Help them to work together to listen to that spirit of unity and peace. Help them to work together for the betterment of our community. Help them to realize that each brings a different point of view, but when we work together and respect the other, it is then that we discover wisdom. We ask all of these things in your name as we search for unity, peace, and wisdom. Amen.
Thank you, Father. Next up is going to be the Pledge of Allegiance, and I do have Rebecca Archuleta, our Court Compliance Secretary for HHS. Welcome. No mic drops.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wonderful, thank you. Brandy, if you can go ahead and do a roll call for determination of quorum for us.
Commissioner Gameros,
Present.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Present.
Vice Chair Chaparro, Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Present. We do have quorum this morning. The commission convenes as Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Father Lehman kind of took the time to do a moment of silence for what happened over the weekend at Young Park, and I know that it's weighing heavily on all of us today. I was going to go ahead and take a moment of silence as it was, but I think it's definitely really in our hearts today to kind of think about what happened on Friday night, and kind of just think on that throughout the meeting because it's something that, you know, is affecting our community still. I don't know if any of my fellow commissioners have anything they want to add, but I know that it's on our minds and definitely at the forefront today.
Mr. Chairman,
Of course, Commissioner Sanchez.
my thoughts are with the families of those that were affected, the victims of the shootings in Young Park. But I also want to recognize the first responders, the police, fire and emergency services from the city of Las Cruces for their quick action. And as well, I appreciate the efforts from our county team to reach out and see how we can support. I know as we continue to see the results of the investigation, my hope is that we as a county working alongside with the city of Las Cruces really look at what it is that we can do to prevent this in the future. And so, you know, I know I don't want to jump to any conclusions that, you know, this is the one thing that's going to solve it or this or that. But like I said, I think it's going to take an effort on all our parts from multiple jurisdictions to figure out and understand how it is that we can prevent this in the future and make sure the youth and all of our residents in the county are safe. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Reynolds.
Mr. Chair. My heart goes out to the people who were affected, the families and everything, but something I noticed in part of the announcements and press was that as the incident was happening, there were people there who started to administer first aid and to help those that were already in trouble and being bothered. Rather than just running, they stayed. And that takes a certain act of bravery and care and needs, caring for the needs of the community to realize that when these things happen, we still have to act. And we have to think about what can we do. And I would recommend that everyone take at least a minimum first aid class, okay, to understand how, when something like this does happen, because you never know when it's going to happen, even for someone in your family in the backyard or something where they're going to need first aid. And so I highly recommend that we take advantage of the opportunity to become first aid responders ourselves because it does save lives. And I think we should be proud of our community for the people who did pitch in before the first responders got there in order to try to save lives. And anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Well, I also feel for the families and the victims. It's a senseless, ridiculous thing that happened on Friday. And, something traumatic that they had to go through along with the family members. I just hope that, it doesn't happen again. But unfortunately, in this country, it just seems to be happening, and we keep saying that I can't believe it happened here. But, hopefully, I don't know, somehow, some way, we can find a solution to stop this type of tragic situations happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. With that being said, we'll move on to any changes to the agenda today. County Manager Andrews.
Good morning, Chair and board members and guests. I would like to humbly request if we can move item 22 up, perhaps after consent at your leisure, sir.
Okay, so we will be moving the Franco Whole Foods LIDA project, item number 22, directly after consent agenda. Perfect. Anything else? Seeing none?
Mr. Chairman, do we want to do that ahead of proclamations and others?
There's some time constraints, so we're just trying to get through it as quickly as possible. Okay, seeing none, next up is consent agenda, where the board will be asked to approve by one motion the following or recurring items for routine business. We do have items 1 through 12 today. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds, a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Any discussion, questions, comments? Public comment on consent? Seeing none. Brandy, go ahead with a roll call on that, please.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Chair Shaw Hernandez.
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Go ahead with those proclamation numbers, please.
Okay. We do have item number 2, 2025-33. Item number 3, 2025-34. Item number 6, 2025-35. Item number 7, 2025-36. Item number 8, 2025-37 and 2025-38. Item number 11, 2025-39, and item number 12, 2025-40.
Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate you. Okay, next up, we do have item number 22 that we're going to try to get through quickly, please, which is to approve Franco Whole Foods Southwest LLC, local Economic Development Act, LEDA Project Ordinance for an award up to $450,000. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gameros. We have a second by Commissioner Reynolds. And we do have our Economic Development Administrator, Ms. Carter, here. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Denise Carter, Economic Development Administrator. I want to acknowledge our community partners in the audience, Mr. Ryan Trotter, President and CEO of Franco Whole Foods, and Ms. Julia Brown, New Mexico Economic Development Department. I stand for any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Carter, and welcome to all of our guests. I appreciate you all being here today. Commissioners, any comments or questions on this approval for the LEDA funding? Seeing none, any public comment? Brandy, take it away.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Thank you so much, and
Thank you.
thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it.
That does have an ordinance number. That number is 362-2025.
Thank you so much, Brandy. Moving on, we do have our employee recognition portion of our agenda today, which the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. And this is going to be presented by our Assistant County Manager, Ms. Weir. Welcome.
Good morning. I believe we have one retirement for you today, but I don't believe our retiree is joining us. Ms. Merlinda Ferralis Herrera has been with the Doña County Roads Department since February 14th of 2000. She started as a temp secretary. Her ability to perform all assignments with minimum supervision led to her successfully securing a full-time regular secretary position a month later. In 2003, when an office manager retired, she stepped up and ran the office along with performing her regular duties. Later that same year, she was selected for an administrative assistant position. Merlinda also supported the fleet group with the critical tasks until it became a separate department in 2012. As of June 2016, she transferred to the engineering department where she administered airport grants as well as her administrative assistant duties. Merlinda is consistently willing to help wherever she is needed to help both the department and the county accomplish their goals. Her dedication, knowledge, and experience in all administrative and clerical aspects of her role have made her a valuable asset that we will miss as she transitions into retirement. Merlinda looks forward to more family time as she loves to spend time with her husband, Mike, daughters Amanda and Vanessa, and grandchildren Ace and Jocelyn. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in thanking Merlinda for 25 years of dedicated service to the residents of Doña County and wish her well during her retirement. And we have several other service awards that we would like to recognize as well. Deputy Jason Barnard has served with the Doña County Sheriff's Department for 15 years. Jose Avila is a lieutenant with the detention center who has served the county for 20 years. Jaime Ramos is also a lieutenant at the detention center with 20 years of service. And Ms. Renee Padilla is the secretary at Jetport who has 25 years of service. So please thank and congratulate our employees for their service to the county.
Thank you, Ms. Weir, and congratulations to everyone for their years of service and their retirement. Next up, we do have 3 proclamations today, and it looks like they will be presented by our Assistant County Manager, Mr. Lopez. First up, we have to recognize George Maya, girls basketball coach from Mayfield High School, for winning his 600th career game in February 2025. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Gameros. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I'm excited to recognize Coach George Maya, who has been a leader at Mayfield High School for many years. just want to, he's been there just to share a few of his milestones and accomplishments through the years. Coach Maya was a 2020 Hall of Fame inductee for the New Mexico High School Coaches Association. He coached these girls to state championships in 2004, 2007, and 2011, and was runner-up also in 1999, 2005, 2006, 2013, 2014. He's also, for New Mexico, in terms of New Mexico records, for a women's coach that has coached in New Mexico, he has the most wins in the history of New Mexico, with over, now we're honoring the 600th, and he's already surpassed that. I also want to recognize that when you talk with Coach Maya, it's not these, I know we're celebrating a significant milestone here, but as a coach, he'll tell you that the most important thing to him is the impact he has with his team, with his girls, and the students. And, I can't think of a better way to put it when you're talking about someone that, as like I said earlier, a leader in your schools, and someone who tries to have an impact on that next generation. And I'll say, Coach, I know at the beginning of this year, something that stuck with me was that you had said that, I think we hear this across Las Cruces, how Mayfield is the smallest high school. And at times, I think people think that that's a negative thing. But Coach, you said, you told your players and your parents, this group of kids that you have, we're going to accomplish some big things. You believed in the talent that you had. You believed in your teams and the girls and what they could accomplish. And with that, I know this year you all ended up making to were repeat champions for District 3-5A. Made it to the state tournament, into the quarterfinals. But I think one of the other things I want to point out, though, in addition to that, is when we talk on your 600th win, the thing that sticks out to me the most is the day that you did it, you as a team, as a school and community, were doing it on Cancer Awareness Day. And you all had come together and raised money for those in the community. And I think that means so much more, and is an example of what you've done at the school, and the impact you leave on our that you have on our community. So I want to say thank you. I want to say congratulations on your 600th and subsequent wins. And so I'm excited that you're here to join us today while we get to honor this milestone with you. So, Mr. Lopez, if you wouldn't mind reading the.
Before I read this, if the coach would please join us up front to be appropriately embarrassed and recognized. Presented to Coach George Maya, celebrating his 600th career victory. Doña County proudly recognizes Coach George Maya for reaching an extraordinary milestone. 600 career victories as the head coach of the Mayfield High School girls basketball team, achieved on February 7th, 2025. Coach Maya has spent more than 40 years proving that success in sports is not defined by gender, but by dedication, development, and perseverance. Since taking over the Mayfield girls program in 1994, he has led his teams to 3 state championships and 22 district titles, been named a 12-time Coach of the Year winner, and inspired countless unforgettable moments on the court. His impact on the game and the lives of young athletes has been recognized at the highest levels, earning him the National Federation of State High School Associations Coach of the Year Award in 2019 and induction into the New Mexico High School Coaches Association Hall of Honor in 2020. On February 20th, 2025, Mayfield High School named its gymnasium court the George Maya Championship Court, a lasting symbol of his legacy. presented on this 25th day of March 2025 with appreciation for your dedication, leadership, and lasting impact on student athletes in our community. Congratulations.
And before we, if it's okay, I know we have some of the girls, your team members, some of the representatives from Mayfield High School. I don't know if you all want, number one, want to join us, as well as if you want to say a few words. I'd like to invite you all up and join us if you'd like, please.
While they're coming up, I just want to tell a little story myself. My name is Corey Stonefielder, and my daughter played for Coach Maya at Mayfield in 2009. She, at the time, was experiencing some pretty major health problems, but Coach Maya kept her on the team, even though she couldn't play. She still got her uniform. She was still invited to all the games, home and away. I'm gonna cry. And he just made her feel welcome. He made her feel wanted. And he made her feel like she was a part of the team. And that meant so much to me and my family. And at the end of the season for the banquet, they gave her the Green and Gold Award. I don't know if anybody other than Mayfield students know what that is, but it was really important to us. And I will never, ever forget what he did for us. So thank you, Coach. Okay.
Anybody else want to say anything about the coach?
We're gonna have to squeeze in a little bit, so if we could have a couple of girls come to the front and stagger here, like some stand in the middle.
We're a welcoming group. Okay, just making sure you do that.
All right, ready? Get everybody. Beautiful, thank you.
Well, good morning, and I'd like to thank the Board of Commissioners here for the invitation. Really appreciate it. Commissioner Sanchez, his daughter is on our program, so thank you very much for the invitation. And one of the biggest things for me is that I've done it for so long, and first of all, I love kids. So this tragedy that happened on Friday, it hits home, and it kind of brings thoughts to your mind about how important life is. And as a young adult, like my girls, you look at them and, they got the whole world ahead of them, their life ahead of them, and to get it cut short is unbelievable. But as an educator, we think and we believe that we can change the world. And one of the biggest things that I continue to do is continue to work at it and try to get better. And hopefully these kids can move on from high school and do really big things. And I wouldn't do it without my family, my wife, my daughter, and my son, my grandkids. And of course, the coaching staff that I have. I've been blessed with great kids and great coaching staff. But very important also is I want to recognize my bosses. My boss, the principal at Mayfield High School, Mr. Eric Frost. Would you please stand up? Our assistant principal, our athletic director, Mr. Hall. These, there's some more administrators, but they have been so supportive. And our big thing is that they set the example of how to treat kids and what we need to do to keep these kids in school. So I really appreciate that. And again, thank you very much for inviting me. I don't know how to express myself as far as, but just thank you for this. It's to me, I've been there so long, so it's not really a big thing. The big thing is that I still get to coach and be with my kids. So I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, next is item number 14, which is to proclaim the month of March as Women's History Month in Doña County. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Gameros. Take it away, Stephen.
All right, before we actually read the proclamation, here's some quick notes. The National Women's History Alliance designates a yearly theme for Women's History Month, and for 2025, the theme is Moving Forward Together, celebrating women educating and inspiring generations. This theme celebrates the collective strength, equality, and influence of women who dedicated their lives to education, mentorship, and leadership, shaping the minds and future of generations that follow. In our community, we work, attend school, and live with many women who educate and inspire others, helping us all move forward together. Several of our colleagues here at Doña County replied to a call for quotes or visual representations that inspire them to celebrate Women's History Month. Corey Stonefielder pulled them together in a brief video that we can now view. As we said, you can view it, you can't hear it. Working on the sound, hold on. And now for the proclamation. Whereas on Women's History Month, we celebrate all the brave women who help our community move forward in a broad range of fields, from advocacy, business, and creative industries to education, healthcare, and public service. We honor the leaders who help shape our community into a more inclusive, diverse, and resilient one. And whereas we honor women who made history in our state, including the Honorable Mary Kuhn Walters, who served on the New Mexico Court of Appeals and Supreme Court. She was the first president of the Women's Political Caucus, a transport pilot in World War II, and the only female graduate of the University of New Mexico School of Law in 1962. Annie Dodge Winnetka, the second woman elected to the Tribal Council of the Navajo Nation in 1951, known for her work in public health, social justice, and equality, receiving the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And whereas throughout history we find women with vision, acumen, and an indomitable spirit, including our own colleagues here at the county, several of whom shared thoughts, quotes, and a drawing to share what inspires them to be their very best selves at home and at work, as they help write our future history through collaboration and dedication to our community. And whereas we honor women throughout Doña County who serve in municipal, county, and state agencies, in every department of the agencies that collaborate and support our strategy and help make our dreams a reality, from essential workers to educators, caregivers and firefighters, administrative assistants, cashiers, business owners, and advocates, along with many other countless heroines who keep our families and community thriving. Now therefore, I, Scott Andrews, County Manager of Doña County, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2025 to be Women's History Month in Doña County, signed this 25th day of March 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Yep. Commissioner Gometos.
We're going to invite Commissioner Gometos and our county clerk, Dr. Amanda Lopez Askin, to come receive the plaque and stand for the photo. Oh, yes, Gina. You can set your stuff right here.
Ready? The guys are talking. You ready?
Any public who would like to join us, we would love to have you.
Thank you. Take the picture.
Anita?
It's okay.
Anita? Hi.
Okay, we're kind of lap-sided, so if I could have one of you on this side. Oh, there we go. Thank you, sir. Okay, ready? Thank you.
Are you going to do this selfie?
No. No. I stay behind the camera for a reason.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up we have item number 15, which is to proclaim April as Parkinson's Awareness Month in Doña County. Do we have a motion? We have a motion by Commissioner Gometos and a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Mr. Lopez.
If we can have John Roberts come on up. Is he not here? Okay. We were going to have John Roberts accept on behalf of the Parkinson's Disease Support Group of Southern New Mexico, but we will present it to him later. The proclamation reads, whereas Parkinson's is a brain disorder that causes unintended movements such as shaking, stiffness, and difficulty with balance and coordination. It is the second most common neurodegenerative disease and the 14th leading cause of death. There is no cure, and an estimated 90,000 people are diagnosed yearly in the United States. And whereas Parkinson's disease affects the person with the diagnosis, as well as their family and our community. The person suffering from Parkinson's disease often experiences an income loss when they become too debilitated to work or perform basic tasks, with a loss of musculoskeletal function and a decline in overall health. And whereas Parkinson's disease affects an estimated 1 million people in the United States, the American Parkinson Disease Association supports research and provides patient services and educational programs for patients, care partners, and veterans. And whereas the family of the person suffering from Parkinson's disease is heavily affected as their loved one's symptoms take their toll. There is also a significant financial impact as earnings decrease and the cost of medications is more than $2,500 a year, while therapeutic surgery can cost more than $100,000. Its economic burden on the nation is an estimated $52 billion per year. And whereas, formed in 2009, the Parkinson's Disease Support Group of Southern New Mexico provides general information, resources, and hosts a newly diagnosed support group and a monthly gathering open to everyone at 10 a.m. the third Tuesday of every month. Now, therefore, I, Scott Andrews, County Manager of Doña County, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2025 to be Parkinson's Awareness Month in Doña County, signed this 25th day of March, 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Did we have anyone here this morning to receive the proclamation? No? Okay. Commissioners, any comments? Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Lopez. We appreciate you this morning. Okay. Next up, we do have our public input portion of our meeting. If any member of the public would like to address the commission on any topics, if they will please form a line and join us. There is a binder to your left. If you will please sign in, and you will have 3 minutes to address the commission. If you are here to address the commission on a specific agenda item, if you will please wait until that agenda item comes up. But if not, general comments, please form a line. Join us.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Jim Hurst, and first I have to say how distressed and concerned I am about the recent events, the senseless shooting. In spite of that, I want to speak on separation of church and state. I wish to remind you of George Washington's letter to the Jewish community of Newport, Rhode Island. In 1790, George Washington wrote, "The citizens of the United States of America have a right to applaud themselves for having given to mankind examples of an enlarged and liberal policy, a policy worthy of imitation." End quote. Washington is speaking here of the First Amendment, the separation of church and state, and the guarantee of religious freedom for all. Washington wrote, all possess alike liberty of conscience and immunity of citizenship. It is now no more that toleration is spoken of, as if by the indulgence of one class of people that another enjoy the exercise of their inherited natural rights. What Washington is saying here is the United States does not tolerate religious differences. Rather, the United States government considers all religions equal and believers equal in their right to exercise their religious liberty. Back to the letter. For happily the government of the United States, which gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens in giving it on all occasions their effectual support. End quote. In other words, the United States does not ask us to believe any religious doctrine, but only to conduct ourselves in a way that benefits our nation. My fear this morning is that President Donald J. Trump will proclaim Christianity the official religion of the United States, thus violating the principle of separation of church and state to such a degree that our government may consider one religion preferable to another and one faith more privileged than others. Should that day come, I think this commission may regret the fact that it did not do more to promote the separation of church and state and to elevate this principle in our community. Thank you very much.
Chairman, Commission, these were not My name is Juan Garcia. These were not part of my original comments, but as a follow-up to your comments on the massacre Friday night, with my son having to dodge bullets and his girlfriend watch the death of a victim covered in blood, I feel it's appropriate. From DA Bregman, Bernalillo County, in response to the legislature's failure to address juvenile crime, and I quote, "I want you to hold these young people accountable when they violate the law, and start when they first violate the law. When they steal that first car, make sure they understand there's a consequence to that behavior. They're going to be accountable, so that down the road, when we have situations where the first time they were being held accountable is when they're being prosecuted for murder," said Bregman. In my opinion, change won't happen until we have a different legislature. Now to my original comments. The exodus of healthcare providers isn't just a problem in New Mexico, it's a crisis. Between 2017 and 2021, New Mexico lost 30% of its primary care providers, or 711 doctors, while nationwide the numbers rose by 3.8%. HHS has designated 32 out of 33 counties in New Mexico as falling below the national benchmarks. It is predicted by 2035, New Mexico will be short 1,380 physicians, falling 22% of the statewide need for care. The politicians who pledged to serve us have turned their backs on the suffering. Their indifferences as stark as the empty hospital beds that await for caregivers who may never come. Why not, you ask? Follow the money. 9 March, Albuquerque Journal, this year. Headlines, "A malpractice bill has yet to be heard in Senate committee." All the Democratic committee members had campaign donors connected to the issue. 5 Democrats, I continue, on the committee where a medical malpractice bill is waiting to be heard, received some of their largest campaign contributions from New Mexico Trial Lawyers Association. And in closing, a colleague, Lynn Moore, sent an email to Representative Ferrari asking to support SB 176 and address malpractice reform. Representative Ferrari's response, and I quote, "This is propaganda. I support victims of malpractice. I'll send you the real facts about this issue." So the next time someone complains they can't find a provider, just tell them that Representative Ferrari said it was all propaganda. Thank you.
Hola, buenos días. Me gustaría hacerlo más en español porque me expreso mejor en español. Pero ¿si hay una interpretación? Ok, so mi nombre es Carolina Valois y yo trabajo como organizadora de la comunidad en Vado del Cerro. Y hoy estoy aquí para hablar un poco sobre las luces que necesita Vado del Cerro. Estamos en un proyecto que queremos hacer. El fondo ya está dado por alguien más, entonces queríamos saber si nos dan los permisos necesarios para poner la luz. Es muy importante, para mí es importante porque donde los queremos poner son para los niños que se bajan de la escuela. En veces ellos vienen tarde de las actividades y está muy oscuro. Entonces nosotros tenemos ese proyecto de poner las luces donde se bajan los estudiantes de la escuela. Porque está muy oscuro y lamentablemente en veces los bases los dejan en las orillas de las calles. So para mí eso es un peligro también que ellos afrontan cada día cuando ellos regresan tarde de las actividades. Ya está, como les estoy diciendo, ya está los fondos. Nomás estamos pidiendo que nos den los permisos para que esto se lleve a cabo y para que el proyecto siga adelante, y pues estamos dispuestos y estamos agradecidos de también trabajar con ustedes en el futuro de más proyectos, y nos encantaría que por favor nos dieran estos permisos para la comunidad, para que así también Vado no se mira tan oscuro en las noches. Hay muchos lugares donde están más oscuros,
pero decidimos de la comunidad de poner estos postes de luz donde necesita más, donde hay más urgencia. Así podemos prevenir accidentes para los niños. Y nomás estamos aquí para pedir esa petición y va a ser un placer trabajar con ustedes al futuro. Gracias.
Y, señora, ¿puedes darme su nombre, por favor?
Carolina Valois.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Chair and Commissioner, just for the purposes of that monolingual presentation, the constituent was asking for support and for lights in order to bring community safety as related to some of the bus stops, and also that it is their understanding that this project is currently in the permitting phase and that they seek the support of the commission. That's the most succinct version of what I can give you, and then we can verify and see, because I believe this was something that we were previously working on in community. So, thank you.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es María Luna y soy votante del Distrito 38 de la Comisión del Condado número 2. También vengo por la misma razón, pues para pedir, ¿verdad?, que nos aprueben esos permisos. Yo vivo en la comunidad de Vado del Cerro y trabajo también para Empowerment Congress. Soy promotora de salud y pues venimos con esa petición, ¿verdad?, de que pues por favor nos aprueben los permisos para poner esas luces también en las paradas de los buses, porque es, como dice Caro, sí, yo vivo ahí, yo paso a veces en las noches por esas calles y está demasiado oscuro. Los niños cuando llegan de las escuelas, pues a veces andan los perros sueltos y pues no hay mucha seguridad que digamos. Entonces, sí, por favor, esa petición. Gracias.
Gracias. Mr. Chairman? Oh, sorry. Just a quick question. I know, Mr. Macias, you were talking, I guess, do we already have that project, or at least is there something in process at the moment?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, I believe we are waiting for a meeting next Monday between the chair and Senator Hamblin regarding concerns, specific locations and identification of exactly what the concerns are for that area, so that we can make sure that lighting addresses the actual desires of the constituents. And so we're looking forward to getting the results back from that meeting that he's going to be having. And she has, our understanding is, funded significantly from this legislative session to support the project.
So, thank you. And I apologize for interrupting there. Thank you so much for that.
Chair and Commissioner, that is correct, and as what played out during the capital outlay session, it was specific that Senator Hamlin would be seeking to fund solar lighting systems as permissible out there. So that's the extent of the updates we have for today.
Good morning, Commission Chair and Commission Board members. My name is America Terrazas, and I am a resident of Vado del Cerro and an advocate working for the betterment of my community. As member of Del Cerro Nuevos Horizontes, our mission is to address unmet needs and challenges that our community faces. We work closely with Empowerment Congress. With their commitment and leadership, we meet twice a month on the third and fourth Thursday of each month. For the last 3 years, our community has been working on several projects: health, roads, proper infrastructure of our rural colonia, public safety, sidewalks, street lightings, and much more, like a kitchen, a senior kitchen for our community, and programs that will benefit our community, like, cooking and gardening and first aid, all those programs. Today, we are here to ask of your support and help us guide us to our goal. Now, we bring this project that we're working on, which is street lightings on strategic places for the bus stops for our kids. Please don't table it. Wait for 5 years to give us the permission to, the legwork has been done. Putting street lights in strategic school buses where our children are being dropped off. Our kids are dropped late after school in the dark. There is a concern for our safety, and it's dark. There are loose dogs and high speeders. Like we say, we're in a colonia that we feel abandoned. Everything that we need, everything that we ask, it's because it's waiting for a tragedy. So we need to address it. And once we bring it to you, it's almost shovel ready. Just signed to get that permission to have it done. We have been doing community yard sales, gotten light poles donations, and mesh funding from allied partners, easement signatures from right-of property owners. We are not asking the county for money. So please don't throw the book at us with the policies that permissions and so many bureaucrats needs to be done before anything.
Thank you,
Don't
Ms.
wait for
Terrazas.
an accident to happen.
Thank you.
Tragedies are around the corner.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we need to stop on this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Buenos días, comisionados. Mi nombre es Hilda y soy votante del distrito 38. Y pues estoy aquí, ¿verdad? Soy promotora de salud, yo trabajo para Empowerment Congress. Y la razón que estoy aquí es porque apoyo la comunidad de Vado del Cerro. Nosotros tenemos una junta comunitaria cada mes donde hablamos acerca de la infraestructura. Entonces yo creo que es importante, ¿verdad? Que nos apoyen con el permiso para poner esas luces, ¿verdad? Porque si vamos a hablar de infraestructura y vamos a hablar de proteger y convertir colonias rurales en colonias saludables, pues que hay que empezar por cosas tan sencillas, ¿verdad? Como los signs en las calles. Se ha escuchado que juegan carreras en las noches ahí, ¿verdad? Y pues vamos a evitar esos accidentes poniendo signs, el límite que es en las calles, para que así haya más respeto. Y pues queremos, ¿verdad? Estamos con el proyecto de las luces y queremos pues el permiso para poner esas luces para proteger a los niños. Yo sé que regularmente el camión llega y los baja en las calles, ¿verdad? En la carretera. Pero hay veces que llegan tarde porque tienen alguna actividad y allí está muy oscuro. Entonces, pues, estamos aquí para pedir ese permiso, ¿verdad? Nosotros estamos apoyados por la senadora Carrie Hammer y ella nos prometió que iba a ayudarnos con todos los proyectos que tenemos allí, ¿verdad? Como la clínica de familia, como esas luces para la comunidad, para el bienestar de los niños, también el apoyo, como dijo América, en la cocina del centro comunitario para las personas adultas. Trabajando en esa área yo me he dado cuenta que ahí hay mucha gente mayor, hay muchos adultos y ellos quisieran tener un lugar para ir a tomar café, para ir a platicar. Y esto sería bueno porque ayudaría como salud mental. Ahorita hay mucho estrés, ahorita están pasando por dificultades, yo creo que todo mundo, ¿verdad? Entonces sería una buena idea que se hiciera una cocina ahí en el centro comunitario para que los adultos también pudieran ir a pasar un buen tiempo, pero especialmente por el proyecto de las luces, ¿verdad? Que estamos apoyados por Empowerment Congress, con fondos, como dijo América, hemos hecho yarseos y cosas para apoyar también, para aportar con fondos y pues queremos que nos den ese permiso. Gracias.
Chair and Commissioners, this is Ms. Hilda. She indicated that she was also seeking general support and approval for the infrastructure that's sorely needed in Vado del Cerro, including infrastructure such as signs, the lighting, which has been aforementioned, so this is the third request, and also for consideration of support for the expansion of the kitchen at Vado del Cerro to support senior meals, as well as the linkage to mental health needs. It should be noted that the county is aware of this, and I think ACM Weir has been working in conjunction with Director Michaels in terms of what the expansion looks like, given that there was an immense amount of investment previously done, and there is also the opportunity for maybe revisiting some of the scheduling of those senior meals. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mark Veith, District 1. From the book of Matthew, from the Sermon on the Mount, God blesses you when people mock you and persecute you and lie about you and say all kinds of evil things against you because you are my followers. Be happy, be very glad, for a great blessing reward awaits you in heaven. Saturday, we had a March for Life in the parking lot of Beam, the location where the abortion center is going to be built. And Jim and the Cult of Tolerance showed up with chants of Christians are the worst haters. A lady that has a pregnancy center in Las Vegas and her husband drove all the way down to be here. One of the young women chanted at her, effing ho, effing ho, effing ho, until somebody came up and stopped her. I got called an effing pussy. Very tolerant crowd, very tolerant crowd. Jim had his unfounded, where's your permit? We were on private property. Very, very sad, but a great blessing for us. Another thing that I would like to, different topic, is that prior to President Trump's arrival, we had at least 1,400 known terrorists in this country. I don't know what that number is today because a lot of people have been taken out, and I'm sure that they were on top of the priority list. There is right now a credible threat against hospitals. And we have a Muslim religious holiday coming on Sunday. So just FYI, hopefully Trump has got rid of most of that 1,400, but if not, I would say be expecting something on Sunday. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Michael Simmons, District 1. Tragedy of the shooting in there. There are certain things that government can do for that. There are things that cannot be done. Man is going to be a violent critter trying to fill the God-shaped hole in his heart. So until that is filled, yes, you will have violence of various forms. Things that can be done tend toward, we have a lot of young men who grew up in fatherless homes. They do not have direction. They do not have role models. They do not have fathers that will show them how to grow up and to be protectors and leaders in their communities as opposed to simple predators. What government can do on that is often remove some of the issues that men have keeping families, encourage things. You've proclaimed Women's History Month. That is probably appropriate. Fathers get one day out of the year. Maybe something can be done there. A lot of the divorces in families often have to do with economic means. Taxes, of course, are part of that. So if the county is run lean and run well and taxes are kept low, that will help some of the divorce rate issues. Some of the economic means is also having to do with housing, with food costs. You've got mass immigration. That is not a net positive in many cases. More people means more costs on housing, supply and demand being a real thing. At the same time, food prices go up, as we've seen across the nation. So sanctuary county policies, sanctuary state policies do not underlying help our cause in those cases. Changing of topic with regards to the arguments of church and state, I heard no new arguments today, so I bring no new rebuttals. And with that, I thank you for your time. You all have a great day.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Travis Brown. I'm the Executive Director for the Southern New Mexico State Fair and Rodeo. And believe it or not, as of yesterday, we are exactly 6 months from this year's fair. Our dates will be September 24th through the 28th. We are already hard into booking our entertainment. We expect to have another fantastic event. And on behalf of the board, we just want to thank you as a commission and the staff for their continued support and improvements that are taking place at the fairgrounds. Last year, we were so excited to have the addition of a little bit over 1,000 more seats at the rodeo arena. And when we had the ribbon cutting, and I made a comment that we hoped that we were going to still reach capacity, and Mr. Lopez at the time said, I'm pretty sure we will Friday and Saturday, and he was exactly right. We were still, even with the additional 1,000 seats, we still hit capacity on both Friday and Saturday night, which just goes to show what a fantastic family event our fair continues to be. This is our 59th event this year, so we're already talking about next year being our 60th event and trying to do even bigger and better moving forward. The facilities department continues to, again, to make improvements on the grounds. We're very thankful for that. They look better than they've looked for probably 20 years or longer. And so we are optimistic about the future and things continuing to grow and get better, and are happy to still provide what we feel is one of the best family-friendly and really one of the few large family events that's left in our community. So we're excited. You'll probably be seeing me once or twice more between now and September, just to update you on what's going on. But we're looking forward to another great year, and thank you for the support that we continue to get from your staff and from you as a commission.
Any other public comment? Okay, moving on to commission input. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I had a couple of items.
Of course.
One, I'd like to say, I know as Mr. Brown was here, that not to put you on the spot, I think one of the things I would love, if at all possible, for maybe a future meeting as we get closer to the fair and things start getting a little more solidified with the plan, that maybe it's an opportunity for us to talk about, maybe have a presentation about what to expect for the fair, as well as highlight, I think, some of the hard work that I know you noted that we've been able to do, and really appreciate the investments from our legislators. But I know when you come in, sometimes you're trying to squeeze everything in 3 minutes. And so I'd love for us to be able to maybe have a little bit more time just to kind of highlight, the fair, just because I know it's a big annual event for Doña County in southern New Mexico.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sanchez, of course, we would love that opportunity to come in and have a little bit more than 3 minutes. I'm actually kind of disappointed in myself. I think I left 48 seconds or something on the board today, which is unusual. But so certainly we would love that opportunity, and would be happy to work with the staff to make that happen at your convenience or whatever you as a board desire.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Second, another note, I've had last week we had the chair and I were part of the animal board meeting for the Animal Service Center in the Mesilla Valley. There was a special meeting that was held last week. Really, the only item on the agenda at the time was a approval of the recommended budget for the next coming fiscal year. So for the Board of County Commissioners, I know it's going to be coming up with our planning. There is a request from the ASCMV for an additional about 10% increase in their budget, which comes across for about $300,000. So that'll be something I know we'll have during our budget discussion, but just wanted to let you all know that that's coming our way. Tomorrow, we'll be having a meeting for the South Central Regional Transit District. One of the things that we've been working on and highlighting is really around their facilities and working around with capital outlay investments that they've been able to get from the legislature has been the moving towards the completion of or growing of their Sunland Park facility, adding chargers there. They're now working to install solar panels to help offset much of their electrical requirements through the day. And so we're excited about some of the things that are coming up with the South Central Regional Transit District. I believe I can't remember when it was that they came and brought their electric buses for a kind of show and tell to the commission. But Mr. David Armijo, the director of the SCRTD, had traveled this past week or last week to inspect 2 more electric buses. So they're continuing to grow the fleet, which is good news. But just want to encourage anything else that constituents have, please reach out, let us know. I know we've been working through, thank you to our codes department who's trying to work on cleaning up some of the illegal dumping that they've been able to catch. And I appreciate Susie Cordero and all her support trying to work on getting those addressed as well. But please continue to reach out to us. Let us know if you have any issues from constituents that need to be addressed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other commission comments?
I have some comments.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. So I'm just reporting on the El Paso MPO board meeting that I just recently had on Friday. And there was a Santa Teresa strategic plan that was presented to the board. And it was presented by the Border Authority and in collaboration with NMSU. And, this, this plan, it was to help support and encourage development by identifying the infrastructure needs, the costs and funding mechanisms. Just to let everybody know that they can find this plan, the strategic plan, on www.santateresastrategicplan.com. And I would like for them to come and present to the board as well. They showed us what missed opportunities we have been created for us not being able to have certain businesses come into play because of the infrastructure constraints that we have in that area, the lack of inventory that we have as well, our national regulations, and the workforce that we're also missing. So with that, it would be nice for them to see, we're also having an issue with our water and wastewater capacity. That's one of the main concerns with development in that area. So with that said, the other thing was that there's a $2 million award from the legislators for the Border Highway Connector Phase 2. It's to study the impacts of the traffic flow that's going to be within that area that's connecting Pete Domenici and the Sunland Park McNutt Street. And that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to let everyone know that I attended the Baton Memorial Death March celebration again this year, and that over 6,000 people participated from all over the world. It's always an annual event which starts at like 6 o'clock in the morning on Saturday morning. Anyone who wants to get out there is welcome to do a 5K walk, 5K run, 10K run, walk, or 23K run or walk. And you can do it light, which means you can do it without a pack, or you can do it with a pack. And most of the time when they do a heavy run or walk, they actually are carrying 40 pounds on their back. for the whole event. So it's a great day, starts at 6 o'clock in the morning and finishes about 5 o'clock in the afternoon when they celebrate everyone's participation. So that happens, it's the Baton Memorial Death March. If you're not aware of that, then you should look it up. It's a pretty important event where thousands of soldiers were captured and surrendered to the Japanese and were forced to march for several miles when 10,000 began and less than half of them actually made it alive. So it's a great event to remember from World War II. The other thing I'd like to talk about is this, on Saturday evening, I had the pleasure of actually representing the county at the Soar Optimus Awards Banquet as well, and that's another organization I highly recommend everyone look into because they actually support women who are trying to get their lives back together after a separation and trying to protect their families and take care of their families while they're continuing education. So that's a good one to do. This Thursday is a Colquitt Community Luncheon down in Chaparral. It starts at noon at 109 Lisa Drive. And they always like to have as many people from the county show up there as possible to talk about what we're doing for Chaparral and what we're doing in the county. That's on this Thursday at noon. On Friday, we have a crew meeting scheduled from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock to actually have the board assignments and discussions about what we're going to do as part of the board that's going on this Friday as well. And that's all I have for now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Seeing no other commission comments, we'll move on to county elected official input. Are you coming up, Assessor? Madam Assessor, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Salda Hernandez, Commissioners Reynolds, Sanchez, Gameros, Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, Assessor here at Doña County. Just giving an update as we'd like to do from our office. HB 47 finally did receive the governor's signature. HB 47 was actually amendment number 1, where veterans exemptions went from the 4,000 to the 10,000. So she has signed, so the veterans who were receiving the 4,000 will now see the 10,000 on this upcoming notice of value, which will be mailed out on May 1, which was normally April 1. However, because of the delay with the legislation, we had to request an extension from Property Tax Division to mail out our notices of value on May 1. Also an update, currently our appraisal department is working their DIF reports. What this means is each and every appraiser will go through each and every one of their accounts to see where they are on the median, to see do we need to adjust increase those property taxes to the 3%. And basically what this, a lot of people will not be happy, but what this entails is actually our goal of being fair and equitable, meaning each and every taxpayer in Doña County should pay their fair share. And so as an appraisal department, they look at each account, and every account that does need to be adjusted will be adjusted to the 3%. Our front office is busy finishing up our business personal property forms. Those are the forms that people had if they have livestock or any of their assets for their businesses. They would report this information to us as well so that we can properly tax them. We actually, the deadline was the end of the 28th. However, they continue to work on those so that once again, when the notices of value go out, we can have the accurate amount to give each taxpayer. Our deeds and title and GIS department continue to work on every daily task that they have. As the county is growing, as Mr. Chief Deputy Ruben Reyes spoke about, I believe the last meeting, is we had about almost 2,000 documents that we received on the clerk's side that our deeds and title department, 2 ladies that we have there, work on those. So hats off to everybody in our office. We're working really, really hard. We don't have a downtime. Our downtime is just every day it's work, work, work. We don't have a downtime. And then I just had a question in reference to the agenda, totally off the subject. On the approvals, number 20, will there be an opportunity for people to speak on the retirement incentive program?
Yes, we always accept public comment.
Okay, so that's when I would get to go ahead and come and ask a question, or can I ask a question now?
Nope, you need to wait until the agenda item comes.
Okay, and then I will come speak as a member of the public?
You can come and speak, it's just general comments.
Okay, all righty, thank you.
Any other county elected official comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to staff input.
Thank you, Chair. Going to forego a lot of my time today and turn it over to our lobbyists, Randy and Ricky Lee. And while they're tuning in, I want to shout them out, as well as Assistant County Manager Jonathan Macias, who leads our new government relations area. Jonathan spent a ton of time at the Capitol. I've made several trips myself, and I'd like to think it's working out very well from us based off some of the success we've seen recently. So thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Ricky Lee. And I'll turn it over to them, and we'll have one more brief update after that, Chair.
Thank you, County Manager Andrews. Jonathan Macias, Assistant County Manager, and I do support with government relations as newly established in February. I'm going to turn over most of this time for Randy and Ricky Lee. They're currently in transit, but they have joined us via the WebEx conference line. So Randy and Ricky Lee, feel free to start in with your updates, and then I will catch up after that.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thank you again for having us via WebEx. We both have little kiddos who are on spring break and sick and who haven't seen us for the better part of 60 days. So we really appreciate that. We just wrapped up our 60-day session, and it was extremely fast-paced and hectic. Despite over 1,200 bills being introduced, only about 15% made it through both chambers and to the governor's desk. She's signed about 20 bills at this point, and she has until April 11th to consider all legislation passed since Wednesday. This session was fairly unique because the first half of the session was dedicated to passing a crime package and behavioral health legislation that the legislature knew needed to be a priority since the interim, when the governor started calling for tougher crime legislation. They passed a crime package about 30 days into the session that contained criminal competency and treatment, fentanyl trafficking sentences, 4th-degree felony for shooting threats, possession of weapon conversion devices, penalties for vehicle theft, and DWI blood testing changes. The behavioral health package created a trust fund and reformed the behavioral health system by requiring regional plans with funding and strategies and structures with a project management type strategy. So that's something that we'll probably want to work with staff with during the interim in terms of the county's involvement in setting up one of these regional structures. The legislature also worked on a tax package. This was fairly unique. Typically, the legislature decides to fund the tax package through the General Appropriations Act. This year, they decided not to do that. They decided to increase the oil severance tax in order to fund some tax credits. And on the House side, they decided to do an earned income tax credit that eliminates the personal income tax for some folks that earn $70,000 or less. When they sent that over to the Senate side, the Senate decided to add in about 6 other tax credits and increase the alcohol excise tax on non-craft spirits and alcohol. And so because of the unique nature of this, they found themselves in a situation where they were in committee, a conference committee, and on the Senate floor, they stripped out the oil severance tax increase. And in committee, they decided to pare down the tax credits that were included. And I think ultimately, the earned income tax increase was included, a guardian and grandparent foster tax credit, as well as a health practitioner co-insurance credit. We're not sure if the governor is going to sign this tax package, and there has been some indication that she wasn't very pleased with how that came out. So I guess that will be determined on how much of that package survives, if any of it. Also, we had another record budget that went into place. The legislature allocated $1.2 billion in capital outlay and passed a $10.8 billion budget, which is a 6% increase in spending over last year. I'm really excited to announce that with regard to capital outlay, we worked with your delegation in Doña County to secure $10.4 million for the county in infrastructure improvements. And would like to point out that the chair of Senate Finance has been concerned and expressing some ongoing concern about the $6 billion in outstanding capital outlay and reauthorizations. And he's indicated that moving forward, there will be significant changes to how that process works. And so I would just urge the county to spend any of that money that you guys have out there. Just wanted to mention a few major priorities that failed. Senator Stewart had a Clear Horizons Act, SB4, which was an attempt to codify the governor's executive order for emissions reductions. And that failed, as well as HB 11, the Paid Family Medical Leave Initiative, which the Association of Counties had actually voted to oppose. So that did fail. And there were some juvenile justice reform packages and efforts that also failed. Along those lines, and given the tragedy that happened on Friday, the governor has signaled that she may call a special session sometime soon. She still has the signing deadline until April 11th. And there were also some concerns about federal spending cuts. And so previously there had been discussion about having a special session sometime in September to address those federal spending cuts. But we'll see when she announces if and when there will be a special session. And I know that Jonathan has some information about specific legislation that you all supported.
Thank you, Randy. And I'll pause now in case you all need to jump off and if the commission has questions specific to the lobbyists. I know this also signals a timely response, as Sine Diocurge is here now on Saturday at around noon. And so our commitment is to get you the information as quickly as it comes off of the presses. Where we will transition here is that the lobbyists will now start engagement with the rest of the county, and they'll be making either in-person or sometimes Zoom visits as well as their schedule allows. So Chair and Commission, I'll turn it over to you for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Any questions, commissioners? Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a note, and I appreciate the comment about the capital outlay funds. And I think one of the things that we've done pretty well, at least I've seen over the last year some reports of outstanding capital outlay, and I think here in Doña County we've done a good job of either spending or at the minimum encumbering those funds that we have. I think we've seen, particularly prior to COVID or during COVID, when there was the clawback that was done, and so I think we were relatively protected because of that. I know this is maybe jumping ahead, and I was going to wait till the end, but knowing that our lobbyists will be probably jumping off here soon, as we move into, I know we're basically done with the current legislative session. But as we move and start pivoting and start looking into the legislative session for 2026, my hope is that as we have discussions, one of the key items that I know had come up slightly with discussion around microgrids and such, but I would love for us as a commission to maybe have some discussions and maybe take a stance on energy policy as a whole. Because one of the things that we're seeing is when we look at economic development, the microgrid bill is tied to our needs. If we want to be able to grow significantly, we're going to need the infrastructure. And in my role, in my professional, outside of the commission, in my professional roles, I'm seeing right now that Texas and Arizona are building power plants. And they are trying to continue on with renewable energy requirements, portfolio requirements, but they're not preventing the growth of other fuels to be able to provide power. And so I think the reason I bring it up is because if we have any chance, if we look at 2026 with a 30-day session, we're going to need to try to hopefully have that or figure out a way that we can get it on the governor's call list. Otherwise, we're going to wait till 2027. And if we continue to kick that can down the road, we're going to potentially jeopardize future growth here, and they will look, and many companies will look to move to Texas, Arizona, and other places. So I think, like I said, I hope we can have a discussion in the future and start looking at what our goals for the legislative session in 2026 are. And I'm hoping that this might be one of the things we can discuss, or at least take a stance on and work with our legislative delegation to see how we can work on maybe coming up with changes and amendments that could potentially be made that will help us continue to be competitive and grow here in Doña County, but especially in the state of New Mexico. So thank you.
Chair and Commissioner Sanchez, I'll take a brief opportunity to just kind of tangentially address that and just talk about how the approach was definitely from when we discussed on February 25th, just last month, is unifying and also coordination, because in the past, perhaps we could have done a better job. And I think as we're talking about some of what Commissioner Sanchez is referring to in terms of the Energy Transition Act that was signed in 2019 by this very same governor, perhaps we envisioned a world where renewable energy would be accelerating at a pace where it could be worked into the grid. That is outside my area of expertise, but the good thing is that we have strong relationships with the likes of El Paso Electric, which is the utility in our area, and we can also start to see what are some of the realities now that we're looking at this from about 6 years out and longer. But I'll also defer to Ricky Lee, who might have some additional thoughts on how we can coalesce around a united front while also respecting some of the interests that might be on the other side of this table as well. Ricky Lee.
Thank you, Jonathan, Chair, Commissioners. Good morning, Ricky Lee Chavez. Thank you again for entrusting your representation to Capitol Council and consulting. Jonathan is 100% correct. I do believe that we all, as a state and nation, thought we would move quicker in our energy transition. However, the main hurdle to that is transmission capacity. And so to the extent that all of us can support that as kind of a step one in this energy transition, I believe that the other commissioners' statements about, addressing our energy policy holistically will come naturally once we address transmission first.
Thank you, Ricky Lee. Chair and Commissioners, any other pertinent questions for the lobbyist?
No, not at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ricky Lee, and Randy. And we'll probably see you, whether it's in the virtual setting or here in person in Las Cruces. And thank you for all the support. We wouldn't have been able to done nearly half of what we did in the compressed timeline. So I'll transition now to the presentation. I promise I'll be pretty brief and succinct, so hang on to your hats. We're going to talk about the fact that sine die did occur just on March 22nd. The governor now has the opportunity for those pocket veto deadlines that are coming up on April 11th. Something that you might want to be aware of is that on the 2026 ballot, there might be a revisiting and a request to look at how the pocket veto power works, including potential elimination of that and a long explanation. Perhaps because of that coming up on the ballot in 2026, you might see more of a decisive conveyance by the governor in terms of why she's taking some of those actions. Also, on June 20th is the general effective date of any of the signed bills, not precluding any kind of emergency provisions or any other expedient timelines. The actual scheduling of the special session is to be determined, but as soon as that occurs, we'll let you know. We suspect, in concurrence with the way that Randy noted, that this will come back to the original intent of the session, which was around public safety and certainly related to some of the tragedies that occurred just last week. Our next major related projects timeline, so this is how things are now starting to dovetail. We look at the capital outlay, of which the 10.4 million in our community was about a total of about 70 million, with the majority of that being allocated to NMSU. They arrived at about 30 million, and I think that speaks to the power of how they are presenting projects that are not only shovel-ready, but also that they are ready to actually construct. And so that's something that perhaps we can work in conjunction to see how they have been successful, but also the way that at the county, we are shifting away from asking for small projects and going perhaps more in terms of a collaborative or braided funding project portfolio. So that ties into how the capital outlay continues to inform the ICIP process. We will start getting ready now, as Commissioner Sanchez indicated, and in the spring and in the summer, you'll start seeing us go back to the old proven approach of trying to engage with community, but also unifying your voice and really editing and cropping down that almost 82, 89 ICIP project list that we have and start to come around what are some of the top 10 and 15. We did see this tested at this legislative session that the delegation reacted in terms of, wait a second, where's my full list? And we were able to work in conjunction with them and explain how we're trying to be more strategic. That will definitely be the word for 2025 and 2026 as we go into our coordination with the delegation is how can we be strategic together and come together as various governing bodies to be able to support the likes of what we heard from the community today. We also have the congressionally directed spending that are coming up, as well as additional funds that are out there that we've been getting notification from the community on potential submission. Now I'm going to kind of go real quick through the outcome of the bills that were supported by the commission. In terms of the SB 45, the additional use of county healthcare indigent funds, that did pass, and I wanted to reflect for you the actual voting so you could see the way that it split. The Senate supported it 24-17, and it also passed the House at a vote of 44-15. This one was provided by majority support by the commission, so thank you for that. As we go on to HB 396, the Regional Spaceport District Act revisions, that one was ultimately tabled on March 5th, I believe, of this month. Your very own Commissioner Reynolds was at the table in discussing it, and if time permits, perhaps you could speak more to the outcome there. There was some telegraphed information to us in terms of saying the impact of having the support of the county on these kind of measures. And so some of the feedback would be that we would have the discussion with all the stakeholders involved. And as Commissioner Sanchez spoke to, starting to work on these things much earlier, especially as we arrive at a 30-day session in 2026 so that we have everything buttoned up. This one was a majority neutral vote back on February 25th as well. SB 174 ultimately failed and was not scheduled in committee. That one had a majority neutral support back on February 25th. As we go on, the HB 19, the Trade Port Development Act, that one did have a majority support with some reservations about the impact across the state. And as the commission signaled and discussed back then, whether or not we would get our fair share. Major modifications to this, although it did pass and ultimately was edited on the floor, is that it came down from a $90 million earmarked down to $50 million. And there are similar concerns across the state. Many representatives and senators are asking, well, how will we get our fair share given the actual outlines and the eligibility criteria? Again, there are not many other U.S.-Mexican trade ports, and that gives us a unique opportunity. It also allows us to leverage our 20-mile or so weight zone over limit that allows us to operate at that 96,000 pound capacity and the 10-hour radius of transport. So perhaps that will be the major discussion point if any of you are asked in terms of prosperity here in the South, especially in Santa Teresa, means that we can continue to grow out a network throughout the state when it comes to the movement of these goods. SB 169 related to the Strategic Economic Development Site Readiness Act also passed. That one, for reference, passed from the Senate with a vote of 37-2, and in the House at a vote of 59-4. Very well supported. And then we arrive at the last one, for which we were asked by our purchasing department to make sure that we track, which was a unanimous vote. This indicates that both the Senate and the House saw that there is a need for some of these amendments, especially given the inflation of costs to a lot of these capital outlay projects. And then Commissioner Sanchez, I didn't want to miss the fact that you had flagged, I believe it was SB 87. That one did not get scheduled out of committee, and so the concern that you expressed is nullified for at least this specific legislation. When it came to the NM County's track legislation, for which you all took action as a whole, this is the outcome. As you can see, only 2 of the ones that have passed up there have been actually signed. This one relates to the assessor Ortega's approach in terms of us now needing to be prepared for the impact of the veteran tax exemptions. One thing we have also discussed with the assessor and the deputy assessor is that we actually need some modeling now. How will this impact us in terms of, because I'm sure Lucio and our budgeting department will want to know how that impact. And so I know Deputy Reyes had indicated that he had worked on that and he had shared it with the assessor. And so hopefully you'll be able to see that so that you can see as we wrap up our budgeting. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Any questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, I think there's two things that were pointed out that I think are worth discussing and trying to figure out what we're going to do. One thing, Ricky Lee said that we need to focus more on transmission lines. Is that something that we as a county can actually own and develop on our own, or is that going to be part of a larger project that we need to talk about?
Chair and Commissioner Reynolds, it's something that I think we need to be at the table for as a discussion. And you are unique as a commission that you have your own subject matter expert that actually gets to see and review a lot of those RFPs that are posted in his area of expertise. I think it has to be a discussion in terms of also where you place it on your priority list in conjunction with the, where you place it in conjunction, forgive me, with the strategic plan and vital conditions that you voted on back of last year. And that probably would nest well under economic development. So I think the question would be, is that something that you'd like to discuss at our upcoming April retreat, if not sooner, or perhaps give us direction for how you'd like us to see that work together in community?
Well, it's my opinion that that's one of the resources that's lacking, sorely lacking in this county. And I know in speaking with El Paso Electric about it, I mean, their transmission capabilities are limited as well. So I think as a county, if we're going to move forward with more ways to develop and distribute energy, I think we have to at least, like you said, be at the table or try to be driving the bus, okay, and getting ahead of some of this and determining what our needs are and how we're going to accomplish those as part of the infrastructure necessary to meet just the requirements we've already committed to. So yes, I think that is important. We either talk about it before or during our planning session in April, either one. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Macias, I think if I'm open to when we have the discussion, and I agree. I think it's and it's not just us. I think one of the things we look at is the city of Las Cruces and their need for even power at their at the airport industrial park as well. And so I know I'd be curious. I think as we have that larger, I think where Ricky Lee was talking about that we need to address transmission. I think it's almost a chicken and the egg thing. I mean, we're going to see. You know, electric companies are not going to invest in you know, some of these infrastructure if they're not going to be able to get new generation. And if that's so, what's the need? Or they try to find other ways in which maybe they might be able to do it. But I think we've continued to see that, and it's not just us. I think when we're kind of in a bubble here in Doña County with El Paso Electric, with all the other providers across the state, they're having similar challenges. But you know, I think if however we have the discussion, I think it's good for us to figure it out, because I think if we're trying to tackle it locally, which I think is a good point, for us to be able to say, here's how, you know, if we want to go to our legislators and express how this affects us here in Doña County, and then how ultimately it rolls up to the state. I think we need to come up with that story. But whenever we have that, I'm open to when we have that discussion.
Chair and Commissioner Sanchez and Commissioner Reynolds, I think one thing that occurs to me as we're having this discussion is that we're not unique in this approach in terms of identifying some of the opportunities for major infrastructure investment. I've heard you ask Levita of the same thing. I've heard you ask even the New Mexico Economic Development Department. And I suspect it's one of the reasons that they started on their infrastructure asset mapping down in the south. So perhaps what we can do is we can bring that together as part of a meeting, have your interests, invite our El Paso Electric stakeholders as well, and also have the outcome of some of those reports, because they do detail and specify some of the investments that are needed for water infrastructure in relation to roads, infrastructure in relation to power, in order to give us a competitive advantage when we're having those negotiations in terms of future economic development, especially on the border. So we'll make note of that and see when we can work it into y'all's schedule.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Macias, I just had a quick, just a request, if we can in the future, is going to be now that I see Miss Michael in the front here, as we have the Behavioral Trust Fund passing and being signed in, I'd like to maybe see if at some point we might be able to, as we start going through the legislation and seeing how that may potentially help us and how we can probably navigate that for our needs here in Doña County.
Commissioner, Chair, and Commissioner Sanchez duly noted. Again, this is just the hot off the presses. We'll continue to monitor and see what happens up until the April 11th deadline and enact accordingly. And because I still saw Randy and Ricky Lee on the call, is there anything that y'all would like to add as we come to a close?
I just say thank you to my fellow commissioners and to the management, and especially Ricky Lee and Randy. Thank you so much for the efforts this year. I know we did it on a very compressed timeline this year. And I should say, Mr. Lopez, I know you kicked the ball. You started kind of getting the ball rolling, so to speak, with this, and so I appreciate your efforts with that. I honestly felt like this was some of the best discussion we've had, talking about ICIP, talking about legislation, things we want to support, and then also just being able to go and have time scheduled with our legislators. I think in the past, I would try to reach out directly to the legislators and pop in when I could when we were there in Santa Fe, but to actually have the discussions that we had with our legislators as small groups, having really deep discussions and understanding and having those discussions with Randy and Ricky Lee, I think it makes me excited for how we can continue to advocate for ourselves here in Doña County. And I feel like it was we were on a totally different level this year. And so having a full year, I'm excited and looking forward to what we can do in preparation for the next legislative session.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you so much. Any other staff input?
Yes, sir. And while Stephen is walking up with an important operations update, I don't get the opportunity too often to recognize staff publicly, and just want to thank Mr. Lopez for his work on this important update. Not only did he address the issue, he did it in a timely fashion where almost everyone on this board didn't really know what we're truly up against. So that's kind of joking aside, but Stephen, thank you for your work on this, and yeah, please proceed with the update, sir.
Thank you very much, Scott. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, before I get into the actual update, just one other bill that New Mexico Counties was not tracking, but you mentioned Jamie Michael. I know she was following it closely, so just wanted to mention Senator Steinborn had introduced Senate Bill 45. That has passed and is awaiting the governor's action, and that would provide the opportunity for using indigent funds to support purchasing of insurance. I know you had the joint session with the city of Las Cruces a few weeks ago, so I just wanted to mention where that is in the process. The quick update on staff is we are excited to be able to announce that we are at the very final stages of entering into a contract with New Mexico State University to follow what is an industry best practice for large fire departments across the country when they undergo a transition at the top and there hasn't been a clear succession plan. And that is bringing in an outside expert to kind of stabilize the operation, make sure there's a smooth transition, and make sure all the voices are heard throughout the fire department. As we did some interviews with our fire personnel, they had various interests, they had various concerns, and we wanted to make sure that those are taken into account, as well as being able to have a very public, engaged process of bringing in our next fire chief. Our fire department, thanks to your support, has grown tremendously over the last few years and is poised to really meet the metrics that you established a few years ago for our ISO ratings, as well as being able to take on potentially the fire-based emergency medical services. So we will be contracting for a period of 4 months, maybe as long as 6 months. I don't think it'll go longer than that, with NMSU to provide us their Assistant Vice President for Public Safety, Andrew Bowen, to be able to serve as our interim fire chief. We looked at whether or not we should bring in some other companies from around the country, but the reality is we already had the transition from Chief Cherry. He's already retired, And an RFP process for doing something like that would just delay us by several months. So this was a very quick and convenient and actually excellent opportunity because NMSU did have the right kind of person we need to be able to carry this on. So we hope to be able to formally announce that he has taken the helm within the next day or two. We're just waiting for signatures on the contract now. Happy to answer any questions that anybody might have.
Awesome, thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
I heard somebody say yes.
I did too. Okay, commissioners? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Moving on to presentations, we do have our senior meal services presentation provided by Adelante Development Center, Inc., and we have our HHS Director, Ms. Michael. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Jamie Michael, Doña County Director for Health and Human Services. Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez, you had asked for some information about what the county does related to senior meals. So we do have our contractor and partner, Adelante, here. Just a quick kind of general overview. For much of my time here, the county has prioritized food security, and through that, we do food distribution and mobile food pantries. We rely on Casa de Peregrinos. They primarily do the food pantries and commodity distribution events across the county. We also work with an organization called Loaves and Fishes. They provide commodity distribution primarily for seniors. Roadrunner Food Bank, they are a partner and also provide the same type of food distribution services. In addition to food distribution, we also have senior meal services provided by Adelante, and they provide 3 types of services. The congregate meals, which kind of are the typical meals that are provided warm at community centers or senior centers. They provide transportation, and they also provide home delivery. So here today is their Senior Director of Business Operations, Robin Johnson, and then we also have Manny Escobar, who is the local program manager, and other members of their team. So I'm going to invite Robin to come up, and I will distribute some of the brochures as she gets started. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Robin Johnson. I'm the Senior Director of Business Operations for Adelante. I'm not quite sure how do I move this down? Oh, here it is. There's the arrow right there. It is. Found it. Thank you. So I'm with Adelante Development Center. Adelante is a large central nonprofit that supports people with mental and physical disabilities, seniors and disadvantaged populations across the state of New Mexico. We innovate to meet the needs of the community, providing services across New Mexico for over 47 years. Adelante also provides employment opportunities to people across the state of New Mexico through our enterprise businesses and our facility support service contracts. As part of this mission, Adelante has been providing a daily hot meal to eligible seniors in rural Doña County since April of 2014. We do not service the city of Las Cruces, but we do provide congregate, home-delivered, and transportation services to the surrounding areas from Hatch, New Mexico, down to Sunland Park. Community resources, senior programs and disability services. These are some of the things that we do across the state. Senior care and services, we currently offer assisted living homes in Albuquerque metro area. With over 40 years of care experience, you can entrust Adelante to provide the best services to your elderly or disabled loved one. Disability services, Adelante has been providing services for people with disabilities for over 47 years. In 1978, we were founded, and we supported just 6 men with autism. Today, we provide a full range of support services and resources for people with a wide variety of disabling conditions. Some of the programs that we offer are Diverse IT, which is a computer repair and training program, Give ABQ, which is a donation of furniture and durable medical equipment that are distributed back into our community, management of the Storehouse Food Pantry, 1 in 5 children in New Mexico goes hungry. Storehouse New Mexico is one of the New Mexico's largest food pantries. Our mission is fighting hunger in our community. Other services that Adelante provides in the state of New Mexico are we offer day services, customized community supports for people with a wide variety of intellectual and developmental disabilities through our community options programs. Enterprise businesses and facility support services are, we have a document destruction service that provides service for document destruction to most of the state of New Mexico. Document imaging services providing secure digitization of hard copy records into electronic images for customers across the state. Document storage services providing secure document storage for customers across the state. Bulk printing and mailing services providing print and mailing services to customers across the state. Facility support services provides janitorial and facility maintenance services to customers. And our contact center, which also operates a wellness referral center and a business connection center. We also, or a benefits connection center, I'm sorry. And we also provide services to local businesses and government entities. So that brings us to our senior meals program. Our scope of services are, we offer the congregate meal service. We have 683 active seniors for a total of 42,028 meals that were served in 2024. 6 congregate meal sites with 2 main kitchens and 4 catered meal sites. Mesilla Community Center is one of our main kitchens, and we cater from the Mesilla Center to the Placitas Community Center, the Radium Springs, and Doña Center. Anthony Community Center is the other main kitchen, and we cater currently to the Chaparral Center. We have 32 active seniors for an estimated total of 4,000 rides in 2024 for our transportation service. This provides a vital service to assist seniors in getting to doctor's appointments, the grocery store, local food pantries, or other important appointments. Adelante will transport any eligible senior, 60 or older, free of charge by appointment only in the Mesilla and Anthony areas. Adelante will also pick up seniors and transport them to one of our congregate meal sites and take them home after the meal. The service is a great way to help seniors remain active in their community and enjoy the socialization with their peers at the new meal. Home delivered service is the largest service that we provide in Doña, and it seems to be the one with the greatest need. 482 active seniors currently are receiving a home-delivered meal. A total of 80,284 home-delivered meals were delivered to homebound seniors in 2024. We have 11 rural home-delivered routes from Garfield, New Mexico, down to Sunland Park. The home-delivered service provides eligible at-risk seniors with 5 hot meals per week delivered to their home. This is a vital service to rural Doña County homebound seniors who have no other means for a hot meal. This is a breakdown of the funding that we received to support the senior meal program. We received from North Central New Mexico Economic Development District, who is our governing agency, Title III and federal funding. These are all filtered from aging and long-term services through North Central and then out to the providers across the state of New Mexico. Title III transportation federal funding is a little over $65,000. State funding is a little over $2,000. For C1 home delivered services, we receive $115,000 in federal funding and $365,000 in state. We also receive a grant for federal food, which is called NSIP, and we receive a little over $70,000 for NSIP total. We split that between the 2 services for $35,000 going to state or to home delivered, and then $35,000 going to congregate meals. For congregate meals, we receive $107,000 in federal funds and $167,000 in state funds. And then one of our largest supporters is, of course, Doña County. So we call that our local dollars. Doña County provides us $120,000 in cash award to be utilized for the 3 services. This year, we did receive a one-time cash award of $50,000 South Central Council of Governments funds and $160,000 HLSD Junior Appropriations funds. And then Doña County provides $260,000 in-kind services for the use of the facilities and the use of our vehicles. You all also cover the insurance, but Adelante covers the maintenance and repairs. We also request program income, which is donation dollars. So that's money coming in from the community or from seniors who are donating to the program, and that's about $27,000. So our total funding awarded for fiscal year 25 was $971,000 plus the $260,000 in kind, plus the $50,000 South Central, and $160,000 in junior appropriations. That's it. Is there any questions?
Wonderful. Thank you for this presentation. Commissioners, questions, comments? Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for that presentation. It was very informative. Something that I did kind of some totals as the funding that you guys are getting.
Yes.
And you're receiving, like you said, it's a lot of money from your local people with Doña and others. You're getting $555 from the state total, it looks like, and still almost $300,000 from federal government. And I guess I would like to say to us as a board, if in fact we do lose some of the federal funding, is there some way that we should be trying to consider how we can pitch in with some more money to make sure you guys continue your mission? Because I think it's very valuable and very, very beneficial to this community. And even the capability or possibility of expanding the program to cover additional areas would actually be something I think we should consider as well. That's just my thought.
That's a wonderful thought, and we absolutely appreciate that. Without the money, we can't provide the meal, and for a lot of our seniors, this is the only meal they get for the day.
And during the summer, there's a lot of people that don't even get meals, that we should be getting to them as well. So I know that with the food desert that we have in this county, I think the mission that you all provide and the transportation and everything is very, very valuable, and we appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Reynolds, the other thing to keep in mind, in addition to possible changes in federal funding, the junior bill money, those are just one-time allocations. So if you look, the base that the county provides out of our budget that's reoccurring is the 120.
Yeah. So I think we still as a commission should be considering how we can first recognize the value of this organization and what we're doing, and to determine the additional needs possibly in the county so we can try to make sure that the funding is continued, okay, and the service. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Gomeros.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Reynolds as well, that we need to look at that if you do possibly lose funding, federal funding. I have a question. Can't remember if it was last year, there was somebody that was representing. I believe she was the former mayor of Mesilla, Nora Barraza. There was a meeting I attended at Anthony, one of their board meetings, and she was there, and she was requesting some money from them because she was saying at the time that there was a wait list. And so that's one thing that kind of bothered me, that people actually have to wait to get these meals. And I just want to make sure that there's no wait list.
So this year was the first year that we actually were awarded some additional state funds that helped us eliminate the home-delivered wait list. We do not have a wait list for congregate, and there is no wait list for transportation services. Home-delivered services, we have so many slots, and once those slots are filled, then we start creating the wait list. But at this time, there is no wait list, which is, it's a huge effort, because at that time, we had a little over 150 people on a wait list.
Yes, that was quite a bit.
Yes.
So I would like for Adelante, at any time that you start to see a wait list starting to happen, please, I would love for them to come to the board and ask for more funds.
Well, I will certainly let Jamie know. Thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
So thank you for this presentation, and commissioners, kind of the reason why this came about is is because there's a gap in services in the more centralized part of the county, kind of south of Mesilla. There's no services until you get to Anthony. So something that I was kind of looking at and worried about is kind of that San Miguel, La Mesa, Mesquite area. So I'm glad to see this information, and I'm glad to get the opportunity to kind of digest what services are provided, kind of look at the sheets, because we don't really, this is the first in 2 years that I've had this conversation, so I'm really appreciative to have it. But something that I have a question for both of you is and to kind of hit on Commissioner Reynolds' comment is, there is a lot of funding that comes from the federal government. And is there any conversations happening about that being clawed back and or ending? I know that the school districts are very nervous about meals going away and so on and so forth. So is there a real concern here?
Well, I think there's always the concern for funding and continued funding. However, at this time, we have not heard of any actual cuts yet.
Okay.
I don't know if anything's happened as of today, but as you know, up to now, I have not heard from North Central that they're losing any federal dollars.
Okay. And then also with that, so you all do meal transportation. Is that countywide or is that only in certain areas?
No, we transport the meals to home delivered recipients countywide, and it's only in rural Doña County. We do not service the city of Las Cruces. They have their own program. But we go from all the way from Hatch all the way down to Sunland Park with home delivered routes.
Okay.
But the transportation, and that's for doctor's appointments, things like that, that's mainly in the cities of Mesilla and Anthony.
Okay. And then, so if you got a call from someone outside of Anthony and or Mesilla for transportation for medical services, where do you direct them?
So if it's at all possible for us to help out the senior and pick them up for their appointment, and if it's in the local area, we will try to accommodate that. If we can't accommodate it, then we would direct them back to North Central, who is actually right now starting up a volunteer transportation program for seniors who are needing long distance medical transport. So some seniors are needing rides down to Albuquerque or things like that. They're looking for volunteers to help provide those services.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So if any senior needed kind of help, the number is the 575-527-9845 number?
That's our direct line.
Okay, perfect. Wonderful. Well, thank you for that. Commissioners, any other comments or concerns? Seeing none, thank you for this presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, we do have our, yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think having presentations from organizations that we support throughout the county mission like this, I think is very valuable, and that we should continue to look at other organizations we fund to get a better understanding of what the money is used for as well, as much as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, moving on to minutes, we do have item number 17, which are the regular meeting minutes from March 11th. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez and a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Comments, questions? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Chair Sheljo Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. Meeting minutes are approved. Next up, we do have approvals. Our first approval is item number 18, resolution and presentation of the Doña County Audit Report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval. Sanchez.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez, a second by Commissioner Gameros. And we do have Ozma here, who is our Finance Director. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So we do have Farley Vinier, our external auditor, who would be doing the presentation. He has logged into the meeting, so IT could call. Yes.
Good morning. This is Farley from Hinkle Landers, making sure you can hear me okay, and I'm ready to present.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm going to share on the screen the presentation, and I am ready to go here. We have a summary of the results of the 2024 audit. And as I mentioned, good morning, commissioners. My name is Farley Benner. I'm the president of Hinkle Landers, the CPA firm that conducted the audit. And we'll cover the opinion, any findings, recommendations, and last item will be just be aware of the new accounting standards coming up in the FY25 and after that as well. First of all, the scope of the work, what we do as auditors is we give an opinion on the financial statements, and included in that opinion are some state audit rule requirements that we test. So compliance testing is done as part of the annual audit. And in addition, we give an opinion on the major federal programs that Doña County has. Apart from these two opinions, we put together the financial statements and the note disclosures as, and we say we assist with that information, but we help quite a bit with that. And that is apart from the opinion, so it's called non-attest work. Moving on, these are some required communications that auditors should go over with governance. And first item there is talking about accounting practices, where we are charged with the responsibility of determining are the financial statements prepared appropriately? Are there all the note disclosures in there according to regulations and so forth? So yes, we have reviewed that and we are saying that they appear appropriate. Also, we're noting that there was a new accounting standard called GASB 100 was implemented by the county. And then moving down here, we talk about adjustments made. We had 2 adjustments in the financial statements while the audit was ongoing. No other, sometimes adjustments are sent in by the client, by you, the client, while the audit was ongoing, but there was none this year. And then we have what are called non-attest government-wide presentation adjustments. That's to present the full accrual, which shows all the capital assets and debt, things like that in your financials. So we help with that, and there's 22 adjustments related to that. Adjustments for presentation purposes, they don't go into the accounting systems. There's 8 of those. And then everything else you see below is no issues or nothing to really comment on, no disagreements with management. Management did not need to seek out with other consultation. In other words, sometimes if there's a questionable way to deal with something, you need to get a second opinion. Did not discuss any accounting issues before we started, and no difficulties performing the audit. Then moving on, the results of the audit, the 2 opinions are both unmodified, or other way to say it is they're clean opinions. We believe the numbers are materially correct and that the county is in compliance with the expenditures of funds related to the major federal programs. You as a county are qualified as a low-risk auditee. That just means that you're meeting certain criteria, like your audits are on time and you don't have any material weaknesses. Below are the 3 major federal programs that were audited this year. So you can see 2 COVID-related programs and a DOT highway planning construction program. Then moving on to the findings, there's 1 finding. So no findings last year And then this year, there was one finding related to the grants, is basically revenue recognition for grants. So sometimes you recognize revenue, sometimes you don't recognize it until you spend it. There's certain rules on revenue recognition. So there was a comment related to that. Then moving on, these are the upcoming GASB standards. So in 2025, there's going to be some new methodologies to measure or to record compensated absences. Another word is vacation accruals and sick leave. So that will be new in 2025. Also, there will be risk disclosures that will be added to the report. Things like identifying concentrated revenue sources. Say if you have a large concentration of revenue from GRT or property tax or something like that, that would be disclosed according to the standard. And then 2 years away, they're going to update, the GASB is going to update the financial reporting model, and there's going to be some new guidance on capital assets. This next slide is just talking about projects. These are not finalized GASBs, but they are in the pipeline. And so I won't really go through them, but just showing them here so you're aware of the new accounting standards they're always working on. And that is my presentation. So we do thank the finance team and as well as management for all the support while we conduct the audit. And I can stop here for any questions or discussion.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Commissioners, any comments or questions on this?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I was just wondering, Farley, can you at all highlight and discuss a little bit more regarding the audit finding regarding, it was a internal control over financial reporting. What was that was identified?
So there are some grants that the county has, and reading through the grant agreements and the revenue recognition rules, some of the revenue was, and I have the actual finding on the screen here. So there were some adjustments that needed to be made in the financials that the auditor made related to the grant receivables. There was an increase in that number of $900,000, and then some unearned revenue needed to increase the unearned revenue and decrease the grant revenue. So these adjustments were required, and so the accounting standards or audit standards require us to identify that as a weakness in internal control, and that's the cause of the finding.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, you know, from the aspect of having an audit and having findings gives us an opportunity to improve. I want to, you know, work through and figure out how it is that, and I guess internally for our team, have some better execution to to prevent this from maybe happening again, what controls are put into place. And the reason I ask is because I think back in, was it 2022 or time frame, that there was some concerns around the controls with the ERAP, just trying to make sure that records were controlled in a more secure manner. And I know we put those in place, but I just wanted to find out, at least from internally, what we're doing to put that and prevent that from happening again here in the future. I know we generally don't have repeat findings. I know this is a new one, but just wanted to understand if there's any preventive actions. Obviously the corrective actions have been taking place, but what preventive actions we have to prevent recurrence.
Yes, sir. And there, in the finding, there is the response by management, and so that's identify here. I put that on the screen on how to prevent this finding from repeating next year. And so.
Thank you, Farley. And I was reading through it. I just trying to understand. I think reclassifying. I guess my question really is reclassifying a position really a preventive action? Is that what I'm reading? Where it says we're reclassifying a position to a higher level, so that way it'll be a lead for grant accountants, so that then I'm assuming that there'll be more attention to detail. But is that how I'm reading this?
Yeah, I think the understanding is that the finance department have been quite busy with implementing a new accounting software, and from our perspective, they have been as busy as we've ever seen them while we've conducted this audit for about 7 years now. And so there's quite a bit going on, and I think the understanding is it's just a little bit of more help with the with this area of the revenue and receivables.
Thank you. And I guess, like I said, I don't know, Ms. Dotwood and Dr. Andrews, I don't know, is there, like I said, is understanding that we're talking about new financial systems, things like that, this should have been, in my mind, something that we had controls in place and contingencies in place to prevent that. We went in knowing a year in advance that we were going to be transitioning to Workday. And so I'm trying to understand, like I said, I'm sorry, and maybe I'm making more of this than making a mountain out of a molehill here, but I'm concerned that if this is really the answer, is to make the position higher, this doesn't give me a warm and fuzzy that there's an actual preventive action in place here to prevent this from reoccurring by simply reclassifying the position. I think we need actual processes in place to change that, is my mind. If we have an issue with the process, we change the process. We don't change the person. That's not a fix.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. This is Asma Daud, Finance Director. So yes, there was a delay when we were doing the audit on the grant-related accruals. And yes, we were short-staffed as well at that time and transitioning to new ERP system, which all resulted in the delay. So we did do the accruals, but it was very late towards the end of the audit deadline. And that's the reason it did appear as and we do have a corrective action plan. So this year we have a position, the position which is accounted for, which would provide oversight to the grant accountants, and we will ensure that the accruals are done timely. So we have been doing these accruals every year. It's just that in FY24, they were done late towards the end of the audit. They should have been done at an earlier stage. So, and our plan is to go ahead and do it earlier this year and try to meet all the deadlines.
Thank you, Ms. Dawood. I'm hopeful that will fix the issue. I just don't feel like the answer is simply we need to do it sooner. There's just no, at least I don't know if there's a control in place. And I think by simply adding another head, unless we change the process and what we're doing, it does not systemically change or fix the issue from recurring. And I think that's my concern, is that it may fix the issue, but at what point could this possibly recur again? Because we get busy again, we happen to have a position not there, and all of a sudden that timeline moves. So like I said, I guess my challenge is this to you as and the department is, can we come up with actual controls in place that come up with a deadline? There's a red flag that says something's not done. We need to go back and fix this, whether it's the timeline for accruals, are there, how are we managing that process? Because I feel like that's something that we need to address. And I'm sorry to dig into this. Like I said, I think is a time as while I was never a financial auditor, having audits and understanding the difference between a corrective action and a preventive action and something that systemically fixes things, I think that's one of the things that I'm looking for here.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, if I can add some additional information. Yes, there were several issues, and while we did have time on the workday knowing it was coming, there were some glitches and complications. Even though our testing modules ran smoothly, in actual implementation, there were some complications with improper data transfer. So all of that led to some delays and difficulty in obtaining information and then abstracting it out of two systems. So we would not expect a reoccurrence simply by having fixed the system issues that we encountered, as well as being more familiar with the new system. And I definitely hear your concern, and I think it was as much of a concern to the finance team, because as you know, they've had clean audits for 10 years. So it was greatly concerning to them to have their first audit finding. But we believe the remedy is in place between the additional staffing and a higher level and the system familiarity and testing. We believe we have fixed those deficiencies.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Vera. I appreciate the additional context and understand. I understand everybody loves clean audits. I think in my mind, I know we celebrate clean audits. I think we should celebrate, the same thing here. Even though it's one audit finding, it gives us an opportunity to improve. And I think in my mind, if we can show that we don't have recurring the same audit finding or the same ones or similar ones, that's a win in itself. And so I still appreciate Farley and his team coming in and looking. I appreciate Ozma and the finance team for supporting it. And I have, like I said, whether there's an audit finding or not, I'm still appreciative of the fact that there's only one, and it shows overall there's control over our finances. I think where I'm digging in is only because I want to make sure, this doesn't come up again next year, and we do have a clean audit, or we find something else, an opportunity for improving. So thank you so much. I feel like the context gives me more information to understand where those fixes are in place as a process. So thank you, Ms. Weir. Thank you, Ms. Dawood.
Thank you again. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. So there is a resolution. Is there any public comment on this? Seeing none, Brandy, if you'll go ahead and take a roll call vote on this.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries.
The resolution to that item is 2025-41.
Wonderful, thank you. Next up, we do have item number 19, which is a resolution to amend a resolution 2025-15 regarding the Board of County Commissioners appointments to the Camino Real Regional Utility, CRUA, and the Spaceport Tax District Board for the 2025 term. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds. We have a second by Commissioner Gameros. Mr. Lopez, yes.
Good morning once again, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager for Doña County, and the resolution is still sitting on my laptop so that you can tell me if we need to make any changes before we hit print and get your signatures. I will go ahead and read you the resolution now, and then you can tell me if you want any additional changes. It reads, update to annual resolution superseding resolution confirming the board's 2025 appointments to various committees and joint governmental entities. Whereas the board passed resolution 2025-15 on January 14th, 2025 to appoint members to various boards, and whereas the board wishes to make changes to some of the appointments, now therefore the board hereby changes the representative to the Camino Real Regional Utility Authority from Commissioner Shannon Reynolds to Commissioner Gloria Gameros, and the representative to the Spaceport America Tax District Board from Commissioner Shannon Reynolds to Vice Chair Commissioner Susana Chaparro. Resolved this 25th day of March, 2025.
Okay. Commissioners, any comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick note. Did I miss in the packet, it did not show these updated.
Correct. That is my fault. We uploaded the 2025-15, but not this document, not what you will actually be signing.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, public comment? Seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries.
That resolution number is 2025-42.
Thank you very much. Okay, before we dive into item number 20, I'm going to go ahead and request that we take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 11:36.
See, I don't want to have to check it. It's done, so let me check. I just put like, I think we put like nothing. That's fine, I'll. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Lunchtime in a minute. I think they're doing, they started doing it chair thing, right? This mini media. Standing in here. He just wants to be heard, yeah.
Good idea. You go do it. Yeah. Well, and look, I didn't think that anything or two way other than the analogy. Yeah. And Will Chamberlain. Excited. Just, so, I hope we can do something. what you're saying. I thought you were joining this. Okay, okay.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get the ball rolling here. Okay, the time is 11:44 and we're back in open session. We are gonna go ahead with our agenda and go to item number 20, which is the approval of retirement incentive program. And it is a resolution that we are given. It's in front of us right now. So I do need a motion and a second to hear this.
I'll make a motion.
Second it. I keep forgetting to turn on my mic.
We just need to just get ready. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds and a second by Commissioner Gametos. And we do have our Director of Human Resources here, Ms. Haynes. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Meg Haynes, Human Resources Director. I'm here to present to you a possible retirement incentive. As you recall, on March 4th, during the work session, Christina Holman, our Senior HR Administrator of Benefits, gave an overview of what a possible retirement incentive could look like. So I'm going to give you a preview or a synopsis of that and answer any questions you may have. So just as a reminder, under PARA, the retirement under Tier 1 requires eligibility for employees to be hired the first time on or before June 30th, 2013, and that they had to have contributions in the account as of June 30th, 2013. It also requires vesting of 5 years, and that's for all the plans that we have, which is Municipal Plan 3, Police and Fire Plan 5. And then for normal retirement under Municipal Plan 3, eligibility is any age with 25 or more years of service credit, or based on age plus years of service credit beginning at age 60. For Police and Fire Plan 5, it requires 20 years of service credit at any age, or based on age plus years of service credit beginning at age 60. So that's Tier 1 under para. Tier 2 under para, employees hired for the first time on or after July 1st, 2013, or if they had been part of Tier 1 and then they received refunded contributions on or before June 30th, 2013, and then they returned to work for a para employer on or after July 1st of 2013. Also 5 years vesting, and then for normal retirement under Municipal Plan 3, it's the rule of 85, which is age plus service credit equals 85, or age 65 with 5 years of service credit. For Police 5 and Fire 5, it's 25 years of service credit at any age, or age 60 plus 5 years service credit. So that's just a synopsis of para's Tier 1 and 2 plans for eligibility. What we previously presented, I just wanted to show a refresher. So the majority of the employees that we know of that meet the eligibility requirements for para are either eligible now or will become eligible in July, as you can see from that first column. And then from thereafter, you know, trickling of a few employees are eligible in August, September, October, as we know it. So the bulk of majority, or the majority of the employees are eligible now, and as you go through, it'll be about 70 employees. Now, I say as we know of because that's based off of our service years and the data we have. However, there could be employees that had prior service credit with para prior to coming to the county, and or prior service with New Mexico Education Retirement Board, or the ERB. So there may be additional people eligible to retire, but we don't have that information available to us. So this was what we had presented before. If we went with a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month payout. And what administration is requesting is the 6-month incentive payout. As you can see from the slide, it's approximately $2,500,000. And with that said, it could be more or less, depending. You know, some people may want to continue to work to max out their benefits. Others that we may or may not know of may decide to retire. So, you know, that's our projection, is $2.5 million. However, when you look at salary savings, we're not suggesting that positions stay vacant for 6 months. And for the most part, we're suggesting 3-month vacancies. However, we also want to acknowledge that there are critical positions where people may retire from. There are departments that are year-round busy and can't do without positions for 3 months. So we're recommending 3 months as a whole. However, it's a case-by-case basis. The other facet of that is the departments can put employees on temporary assignments in order for the higher level work to be done. There's different avenues or different options that HR can work with the department heads on to ensure continuity of services for all the departments. And then on the summary, basically, administration is requesting the approval of the retirement incentive, which is the 6-month payout, from the dates of the time the resolution is signed through January 1st, 2026. So anybody that is eligible to retire under para up until December 31st, and then they could retire up until January 1st, 2026. It does require that the employee give 60-day notice. That's the first requirement, well, other than being para eligible. So that gives us a lead time to work specifically with the department or departments that the employees choose to retire from. This is also not an early retirement request. We're requesting the incentive based on people that are actually, employees that are actually eligible to retire between now and the end of December. So we're not offering something for early retirement. It's just based off of retirement eligibility. So at any point in time, any of these employees could decide to retire with or without an incentive. The employee must be eligible to retire under para. They have to meet all the deadlines and all the paperwork that needs to be submitted. They have to be an employee in good standing. They have to take advantage of this program between now and January 1st of 2026. And it's important to note that unless management or the commission decide to extend or decide to come up with another retirement incentive, this program ends January 1st, 2026. So additional information. You know, there's some concerns about a mass exodus of employees in certain departments because there are 70 plus employees eligible to retire. We in HR, our HR administrators, as well as our human resource administrator of classification and compensation, and our incoming training coordinator will work with department heads now to identify skill gaps and training needs. Okay, so we'll start that work already, and our HR administrators have been meeting with department heads on a monthly basis, so they have a pretty good idea. So we'll start that now. Then additionally, the senior HR administrator of employee relations, as well as the human resources administrators and the human resources representatives will work with departments on recruitment needs and plans in order to make sure everything is ready to go when somebody turns in the paperwork that they're going to retire. I spoke with the budget and research officer yesterday on the budget portion, and we didn't come forward with a budget resolution because it's hard to determine exactly. We have statistics, we have numbers, but until people decide to take advantage of the incentive, you know, we can't provide hard numbers on that. So budget will come forward once a month and give an update on the budget process and present any budget amendments that are needed, if they're needed. In some cases, or it may end up to be budget neutral, depending on who retires, how quickly the positions are filled, how many people are put on temporary assignments. So we're going to keep a close eye on that between Human Resources and the Budget Office. So with that said, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Commissioners, comments, questions, concerns?
Mr. Chair, I only have one question.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
So let's say somebody takes advantage of the 6-month program, retires, and they're eligible to retire. They won't have any way to come back to work, will they?
Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, basically in the resolution, it would be that they cannot come back for 5 years. We want to prevent somebody from retiring one day and coming back the next, you know, with the 6 months salary, you know, in their pocket. So it is a 5-year wait.
Okay, so there is a provision to keep them from coming back after retiring within some reasonable amount of time. That's, I didn't, yeah, thank you.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Sanchez.
I think, you know, one of the things you noted in terms of the budget that you felt that in potentially it could be budget neutral. I guess, is there a worst case scenario, so to speak, or I'm just trying to figure out, I think just trying to understand, because I think if it's budget neutral, I'd be definitely good with that. I think that's one of my concerns, but understanding, is there, I guess, like I said, if there's worst case scenario that we looked at, what would be that impact on the budget?
Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, worst case scenario, I would say would be the 2.5 million. That's worst case. However, we wouldn't get to that point, in my opinion, based on the savings that we'd have from salary and benefits. You know, we pay approximately 50% in benefits. So even if a position is vacant a month, which would equate to about a normal hiring process, you're still going to have benefit savings for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think generally, I think I'm supportive of this. I think, like I said, the budget was really my main concern, but I think given some of the explanation of where the savings are, where the actual impact is, you know, I think given that, I think this is something that I could be supportive, or I am supportive of, for at least even given like the what's been presented, particularly the 6-month incentive. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to see this presentation, Ms. Haynes. I think it's good. It's good information. I don't really have any other questions than the ones that I already asked that you've answered today, so I appreciate that. Anything else? Okay, I'll go ahead and call for public comment, general comment. Madam Assessor.
Once again, good morning, Chair Shaldo Hernandez, Commissioners Reynolds, Sanchez, and Gameros, Gina Eugenia Montoya-Ortega, Assessor here at Doña County. In reference to this, the early retirement, I think it's a great opportunity for people who have served their time here working in the county, and it's an opportunity for them to exit a little earlier and start to enjoy life. I do have some concerns. I did speak with Ms. Haynes and Mr. Macias. My basic concern was, I know that in the work session that it was brought up that there was like a 3, possibly 6, 9-month waiting period to fill those positions. I know that there are some positions that are very vital, and I would just like to make sure that that language is in there saying that if I need to keep somebody in my office that might take advantage of this opportunity, that I have the opportunity to replace them ASAP. My second concern is the experience and the knowledge that we will be losing. The way that current policy is written, HR policy, is you cannot replace that person until the person is gone. So there's nobody there to train them. I know that the county does depend on SOPs. Basically, I should be able to come in, read an SOP, and I should be able to do the job. However, I don't believe that that's accurate. I know we're working on a lot of on SOPs in our department that we are now discovering you know, that's not the case. So that's my concern. Just ensuring that if I were to need to fill that position, I'm just worried about the experience and the knowledge that we're going to be losing. And as Commissioner Reynolds said, you know, they couldn't come back for 5 years. It would be nice that if we could actually keep them on to actually train somebody for, I don't know, bring them on as a, I don't know, something to help train that person that's going to replace them. I mean, and I know Chair Shaldo Hernandez, you had made the comment at that work session that, you know, it was great that you can't wait to retire, as can I. And also Vice Chair Chaparro had made a comment that unfortunately the work's gonna fall on the next person. And, you know, like she wouldn't have liked to have that in her laps. So those are just my concerns as somebody that does work in the office. I'm just worried about the experience that we're gonna be losing and being able to fill those positions. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, so with that being said as well, Ms. Haynes, I know that in the last meeting I did bring up succession planning. You kind of addressed that. If you can just go over that again for everyone watching, what we're planning on doing for that.
Chair Shaldo Hernandez, Meg Haynes, HR Director. Basically with the succession planning and to address Ms. Ortega's concerns, we will be working, HR will be working with the departments to determine who is eligible, that could be eligible to fill these positions internally. There can be requests from the departments that are looked at on a case-by-case basis to fill critical positions. So in relation to Ms. Ortega Montoya's comments on the being able to cross-train before somebody retires. That might be a possibility and can be requested as an exception to policy. We could also look at training others for temporary assignments before the retiree leaves, as well as HR working with the department head to identify skill gaps and training that is needed for the current employees. SOPs are critical to our operations, and I get that. We all have SOPs that need to be revised or updated. If nothing else, I would say we all should be working on that as a continual basis, and I'm included. So I think there are plenty of ways that the county can work through this retirement incentive and it be a positive note for the county, and that we get the positions filled with the needed employees.
Awesome, thank you. Commissioners, anything else?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Mr. Chair, I think that the things that Ms. Ortega has brought up are actually worth putting in this bill or in this resolution. And one of those, to give me like a time so if we set a high priority on somebody leaving with that kind of skill that we need, as critical skill, I think we should be able to identify that before they leave, and also put a timeline on how long it's going to take to replace them, like a maximum of 30 days, a maximum of 2 months. I'd like to have something like that as part of this bill, or as part of this resolution. And also, if there is that much capability to do a succession plan, I think we should also call out that we need to have a succession plan in writing prior to them actually being able to leave. And so I think I'd like to have some of that stuff documented, because just to say, yes, there's plenty of flexibility and plenty of capability to do it, I'm not sure we want to rely on flexibility and capability, and should be more a policy that's part of this, resolution. That's just my request and recommendation.
So with that being said, Ms. Haynes, on the resolution, the second to last paragraph says, whereas employees participating in the retirement incentive are not eligible to return to work at the county for a minimum of 5 years. So they're wanting to change that as a need-be case basis. So you do have in there, should an employee take advantage of the retirement incentive and decide to run for elected office, and when, during the 5 years, the amount paid out would be paid back in its entirety until the amount of the one-time salary adjustment issued under the incentive has been paid back. Wouldn't we just need to change that then to elected official and or return to work?
Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, we can do that. However, I would imagine that most people that take advantage of the incentive will not want to turn around and come right back if they have to pay back the incentive. But I mean, we could change that to where employees also, but I think there are ways to address the need for the critical positions, the historical data, without saying specifics in there that we may or may not be able to meet. For example, if a critical position leaves in the assessor's office, we will have it filled within 30 days. To say that, I mean, everybody, including the department head, can say that and really work towards that. However, there's nothing, we don't want to fill a position just to fill a position and not get the right person in there. However, there are ways that we can train people prior to that person retiring, because we do have that 60 days. We can train people before that person retires to take over the critical duties, provide them a TA if it's duties at a higher level. So we can do that. We can also expedite hiring for critical positions if need be, and this could be a possibility, is using temp agency employees. But two, we want to avoid that as much as possible because of the cost. So I feel that if the department heads and HR work together on this common goal, we can really benefit, the county can benefit from this retirement incentive, because we will be working together, getting skills updated, getting the training they need, identifying people within that there are, what promotion opportunities there are. And as you've probably seen since County Manager Andrews has come to employment with us, we are trying some different things out to increase retention, increase the number of applicants we're getting for positions.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Yes.
I'm not sure I was asking for them to allow people to come back to work. What I think it was more was working on more of a succession transition plan. And like Ms. I'm sorry.
Haynes.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, like Ms. Haynes says, since we have a 60-day notice window to work with, then I would recommend that if in fact in assessor's office she has somebody who's leaving that she believes is a critical source, and they have the option and the right to leave, and I have no problem with that. But if we know somebody that she identifies as a critical source, that we make every effort to try to meet a 60-day window to make sure that we get somebody else hired to replace them, and if possible, hire them within at least 30 days if possible, so we can get some transition from that critical position to, the new person and get them some help. And I think that should be as part of this policy, that the department head, director, has the opportunity, if someone chooses to retire, to identify that position as being a critical position, and we expedite the hiring with a target of getting somebody on board before the 60 days is up. I would like to see that as part of the policy. If I needed to make a motion to amend this, I'm happy to do that. But that's the kind of thing I'm looking at, so that we have everyone, including the department heads, the directors, the county manager, and HR, focusing on the requirement to have a critical source replaced as soon as possible. But I also believe we should allow those critical people to be able to retire and not to return to work, just like the policy says. I don't have a problem with that either. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner.
I think your point, I think I understand the points. I think my only concern, and it goes back to, I think what Ms. Haynes says is, if we put a hard and fast shall in the resolution in that will have somebody within 30 or 60 days, I think my only concern is that if and I'll take it the other side of it, it's not just if we find a person, but say they turn it down and we don't have someone that working with the department director and or elected official that they feel is the right person to come in, and we have to start the search again. I think my concern is that, we don't, I think there's concern, or at least, sorry, not concerns. There are times in which that we may not be able to hit that.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good goal to try to follow up. I think as Madam Assessor has noted, is trying to make sure we have some backfill in place. I absolutely agree. And I think this goes for, I would love for us, and this is, I know for another day, but I would love for us to look at our key positions across the county and come up with succession plans, not just for the retirement, but this might be a good place to start if we don't have, a full list, is maybe using this as an opportunity for us to work through and figure out a process for succession planning. I think my only question, Ms. Haynes, is going to be around, is there a concern if they give a 60-day notice and then they have a lot of leave that's accumulated, are they able to take that leave within that 60-day window, which then creates a window that's actually less for that succession planning and or training for back, or at least to temporarily backfill that position?
Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, and Commissioner Sanchez. The leave would have to be approved by the department head, and so it's reasonable to approve leave that is needed during that time. However, they could disapprove terminal leave quote unquote. So to where the person gives notice, one day, and then they say for the rest of the time, they are going to be out on vacation leave. So that can be looked at on a case-by-case basis. However, that could be looked at, and depending on the type of position, it could be not approved by the department head at that point, or a smaller amount approved based off of the operations of the department. The other point I was going to make also is we could add a recital on there as, whereas department heads may request exceptions to policy on a case-by-case basis in terms of filling positions. And that's kind of broad, but it allows to say, hey, I would like to double fill this position for a week or less, however many days I can get the two positions together, or, so on and so forth. So it leaves it broad enough to where exceptions can be requested. They would be reviewed by HR and the county manager. And of course, if they report through an assistant county manager, it would go through the chain for possible approval.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Ms. Haynes, I absolutely believe that's going to be paramount to having a successful program in this transition. I think it's good that we're doing it. I think it respects the individuals and allows them the opportunity to do what they want to do. But I still believe that as an organization, we have to be prepared to make sure that we don't stumble in this process and cause more problems than what we're expecting. So that's why it's important we have something, we set a priority and allow some exceptions in this so we can make this happen if possible. And I'm not saying, like Commissioner Sanchez said, I can't say hard and fast 60 days. I can't say hard and fast 30 days. I can only say that we need to set a priority and allow some exceptions in order to expedite the process so that we don't run the risk of losing a great employee and not be able to backfill them in time to prevent problems. So thank you for your concern, thank you for your comments and your help and suggestions.
Chair, Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, Commissioner?
No, I was just going to ask. I don't know from Dr. Andrews or Ms. Weir or Ms. Haynes. I don't know if, is there any concerns with the request of Commissioner Reynolds? And I think my only question is this the right, if we put something in the resolution, is that the right place to put it and allow us to manage it? Or is there some other way in which we can still work towards some of the requests that Commissioner Reynolds has?
I'll jump in and help you out a little bit, Meg. Some of the conversation has been great. In fact, a lot of this is philosophical in nature, and the ACMs and I have had a lot of these conversations, and you'll hear more about this as our retreat too, when we start empowering the team more. And succession planning, to your point, Commissioner Reynolds, will be a key topic we really lean into. So I'm comfortable with either way. I think this is a little more philosophical in nature. So however you want to move forward with this, but we do hear you loud and clear regarding succession planning options.
Okie dokie. What's the direction you all want to go?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Gometos?
I think it should be written down in the resolution
Okay.
because right now this is the only policy for this in place. And I think we need to have that language placed in there as well, because if we don't, people can come back and say, well, it's not in that policy, unless we're going to amend it at another time.
Okay. So what would be the example of how we would put it in the resolution then, or where at?
Let's see.
You could create another whereas.
Meg, if you'd like, you all read it. I will type, and then we can insert it in after the vote.
So it would be probably above the whereas, where it talks about the 5 years, above that.
Okay.
And if the commission approves the language, it would say, whereas department heads may request exceptions to policy on a case-by-case basis in terms of filling positions. if that.
Okay.
Gibson,
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I could suggest we be a little more clear on what exceptions we're talking about, and we're talking about an exception to the waiting period of 6 months rather than general exceptions to recruitment policy.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay. So what exceptions are we wanting then?
Mr. Chair, if we could include something along the lines of a waiver of the 6-month waiting period to fill positions. A waiting period can be evaluated on a case-by-case basis for critical positions as determined by the department head and county management.
Mr. Chair, and I might add that we also, and we will expedite the hiring process for critical positions.
Okay. Is that okay with department head and county management? Do we have any questions, concerns about that?
No. Stephen, will you read what you're typing?
so what I have down is, whereas department heads may request a waiver to waiting periods or policy on a case-by-case basis regarding, hold on, got that in there twice. Regarding a critical position, which will then be expedited by county administration for filling. Is that sufficient?
And also, and potentially eliminate the 6-month waiting period.
Right, may request a waiver to waiting periods.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
And if I may, Chair, Commissioners, there is nothing in the resolution that mentions that there is a 6-month waiting period to fill positions, so just so. But, you know, with the intent of the retirement incentive, there, you know, would be some type of a waiting period or some type of a time frame where positions wouldn't be filled. But I think that that language then makes it clear that, yes, we would like to have as much time in filling positions, in between filling the position. However, with critical positions, obviously, we would want to expedite the recruitment and get it filled as soon as possible. So I believe that wording works.
Okay.
Mr. Chair? I'd like
Yes,
to make a
Commissioner.
motion, we accept the amendment as stated.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the amendment as stated to the resolution.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner?
before I second it, I just want to make sure Ms. Montoya, Ortega Montoya is okay with that language. Does that satisfy what she had issues with?
Okay, well, we do have a motion, so we do need a second to have discussion and
Oh.
any comment. So would you like to second the motion? Okay, I'll second the motion. Okay.
But 3 seconds at one time.
We have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds. We have a second by myself. Now, is there any discussion? You had a question about whether or not that was acceptable to Madam Assessor. Is there any other comments or questions from the board before we do that? Okay, is that acceptable language?
Can you just read that again so that I do hear exactly what you're amending?
Of course. Mr. Lopez?
Whereas department heads may request a waiver to waiting periods or hiring policy on a case-by-case basis for critical positions, which will then be expedited by county administration for filling.
I think that'll work. We just need something in there because the way that policy already is, and I know that you all are looking at reviewing the policies, there's a lot of policies that, you know, catch us all the time. So I'm just really worried about losing the experienced people. And I'm really worried about that knowledge. So yes, and it kind of does put us in a bad place. So like if I have to tell you you're retiring and I need you can't take your vacation, that puts us in a bad spot as it is too. So, but if that's what it is, it is. I would just rather, you know, make sure that if I have somebody that's leaving, I mean, that I can actually pull somebody over right away to start learning, because right now we don't have that. Right now we are not allowed to fill a position until they're gone.
Correct.
So,
Okay.
and that makes it a little difficult. So thank you.
Okay, so that seems acceptable. Okay, now we do have our amended resolution. We're still in
I believe,
discussion.
Mr. Chair, you still need to vote on the amendment.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Are we, any other prior conversation or discussion on the amendment? No? Okay, Brandy.
Commissioner Gomeros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Okay, amendment passes. Now we do have discussion on the resolution as amended. Commissioners, are we good? Good? Yes, we are good. Brandy, these minutes are going to be so much fun for you.
I have questions, but that'll come later.
I thought so. I knew we'd get there eventually. Okay, any public comment on the resolution as amended? Seeing none, Brandy, if you'll go ahead and roll call the commission.
Commissioner Gomeros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Motion passes. Congratulations, everyone that worked hard on this one. Go ahead with that resolution numbers.
The resolution number for that item is 2025-43.
Perfect. Thank you, Brandy. Okay. Next up, we do have the item number 21, which is a resolution amending section 53D1 of the Code of Conduct pertaining to order of business at meetings of the Board of County Commissioners. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
And I'll go ahead and second it since I'm the one that requested it. So we do have a motion by Commissioner Gomeros, a second by myself. Mr. Andrews?
Yes, sir. Thank you, everyone. This was brought to us, and this is going to be more of a conversation while my name is listed to it. So we wanted to frame this because we don't have a resolution, and I know Stephen's got his computer handy. We've used it a few times today, but we need to get your feedback on how we want to proceed with the resolution so that we can properly report out moving forward. Am I correct? Was that what you were looking for, Chair?
Yep. And the commission did a great job at already doing this today. We had several report backs on meetings that we've had, whether it was animal services and or the kind of meeting minute overview that Commissioner Gomeros gave us. But that's exactly what this is. It's to inform the board of what is going on in these board meetings, and it will also pertain to county staff that also sit on boards where we are represented as a county, whether that is CRUA, Animal Services. There's a multitude on this list.
And I believe the guidance you were looking for was placement on the agenda. Is that correct,
Yeah,
sir?
so we'll be putting on the agenda, my thought is either somewhere in, let me just pull up the agenda. It is in our packet, the current agenda, which we amended in January, I believe. But I would like to see maybe after staff input in our current agenda, or we can do it under county elected officials input. We could just do it right after that. I don't know what you all are thinking of.
Mr. Chair? Question?
Commissioner? Yeah.
Are we talking about just a discussion or like a 5-minute discussion max? Are we looking at a presentation? Are we
No,
looking at
it's
minutes? I mean, what kind of?
Just what we did today when Commissioner Sanchez gave an update about what we did at our board meeting at Animal Services. That's exactly right. It's to inform not only the public, but the rest of the commission of what is going on in our community, what is going on these boards that we represent. So it's just a report out to
Committee
say,
update.
it's an update, yeah.
Committee update. So we could do that. I would say we probably do that as part of the county commission input. I mean, as a section right after.
Okay, so why don't we do county commission input and then do a subsection on committee report feedback? The only issue is if there's staff members that represent us on these boards, they would be doing that. So
To that point, sir, we could also put a similar bullet point under staff input,
Okay.
for us that serve on boards as well.
perfect. I am good with that. Any other thoughts?
No, I think, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize, I jumped in
Yeah,
here.
of course. Go ahead.
You know, I think we could call it either that or board reports.
Okay.
I don't know how we want to do it. I think that's how I've seen the LCPS school board. I think at the end, they just call it their board reports, and that's our opportunity to give input as well as give updates to their boards. But I do really, I appreciate that we're giving input. I know Commissioner Gameros, I mean, you came out right out of the gate and had a huge update on the things going on in Crua, and I want to say thank you for providing us and continuing to give us those reports and helping us. I think one of the things that's one of the things that's been missing, or we haven't done a good job of in the past, is really giving updates within our committees to each other, so that hopefully, you know, as we're having discussions, I think it really helps us know what could be coming our way. We have constituents that call us and ask us, hey, what the heck is going on over here? And it's on a board that I'm not sitting on. But I think if we have those updates from each other, it definitely helps us at least get some context, and or if there are questions we have, we know we can go talk to that commissioner or even direct, you know, some of the questions that way just to help us out. But I appreciate actually having this as part of a reminder for us to be doing this. And so thank you so much for this.
Chair and Commissioners.
Yes, Mr. Macias?
Chair, I'd be remiss if I didn't remind you that back on September 18th of 2024, Interim County Manager Lopez did put forth a directive that specifically did this for staff. So we could continue to follow that directive in order to keep this clean, if that makes it easier, and just roll it into that formal report out. Otherwise, ACM Lopez has also noted it could be commission-appointed board reports, because it is at your request that we act in your stead.
So as far as it goes with the directive that was given, I appreciate that, but we also need to hold ourselves accountable as commissioners to do the report backs. So this is more of an accountability measure than anything else, really. Mostly because a lot of times I personally feel that I'm not getting the information from my fellow commissioners that maybe sit on these boards, and then we don't hear anything for a year until we redo the board appointments, and then all of a sudden it's a hour-and-a-half discussion about what boards we want to be on, but we don't hear anything. So this is an accountability measure, but I do like the commission-appointed board report backs. That does work for me, and I think it should be another bullet point under staff input. So I'm going to go ahead and suggest that under staff input, we do another bullet point in our agenda that says commission appointed board. What was the word? What was the saying that you did?
Chair and commission appointed board report backs.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Under staff input, bullet point, call it a day.
Yes.
Thoughts?
And Chair and Commissioners, for the time being, then the directive to the staff includes within a time specificity for us, we have to do it within a week of the meeting taking place. So just know that we will submit those, and then when they roll into the next BOCC meeting, we'll be ready as appointees.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The only thing I'd like to make as an observation is this may add to some of the extend our meetings a little bit more if we're not careful. So we have to make sure that we're not coming up with a 30-minute presentation when we have these things. Otherwise, we'll end up extending our time in the meetings by another 2 hours. And so everyone has to be cognizant of that as we try to provide these reports, and keep them to like less than 3 to 5 minutes if possible.
I highly doubt anyone in this room wants to extend board meetings, and I highly doubt anyone would give a 30-minute board report.
Is that a challenge?
I'm just saying,
Commissioner Sanchez, I challenge you to talk 30 minutes about the Animal Services Board.
Oh man, wait till I see what I have to
I
share
want a
with everybody.
PowerPoint, and it better be on the county-approved PowerPoint template, and it needs to be colorful, and I want pictures.
I will put cute animals on everything. It also
videos.
No. But you know, and I'm sorry. I'll keep this. I'll keep this real quick. I think Commissioner Reynolds, you recall when we had when we volunteered at Sierra Middle School for those presentations on science and analysis, and one of them was about the animal shelter. And so it was always cool. That was like the thing that the kids did was when they give a presentation, they put all kinds of cute animals all over the page. So, you know, trying to push their ideas for making improvements with,
We'll make it trendy.
yeah, so cat videos and cute puppies.
All about it.
Mr. Chair, if I can just confirm that we've got it down correctly, we'll be adding this twice, after commission input and then again after staff input, or just after staff input?
Just after staff input. We're going to make it as clean as possible.
Thank you very much. It is now in each of your inboxes. And then turning to our county attorney, since this was a code, do we just need to bring that back probably on consent agenda at the next meeting for the board to officially vote on the code?
What? This is a code? This is a resolution.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Give me one moment.
We had it down for a resolution, but I just realized that it does say that this was passed as a code.
Yeah, point of order, sir.
So hold on, please. Under the resolution number 2025-23, it is a resolution, not a code. In our board packet, page 262, we've always done this as a resolution. Correct or incorrect? If so, we've been doing this wrong for years.
You are correct. It was last done by resolution pursuant to the code. So we can do the same thing again, and you just approve it, and then we'll bring it back for you for signature later, or we can just bring you a clean resolution with those changes in the consent agenda for the next meeting, your choice.
So we did a resolution to amend the you know what? We're just going to bury that deep within. And yes. Okay. And now you have a point of order that I'll recognize, Commissioner?
Mr. Chair, that's actually what you guys were discussing is what I was going to make a comment about. And that is in fact, if in fact it's a law, then we have to have a ordinance. If it's a resolution that we've used in the past in order to create something for this, we can actually do that again with a resolution, is my understanding. Now, it's the fact that we don't have a finished resolution does not prevent us from pushing it to the next meeting and having a nice clean copy that we can approve. So that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Amending section 53D1 of the Code of Doña. Yep. Wow. This is fun.
We can simply proceed as staff to own it on our end, and if you want to consider it within your individual reports, Commission, and give us a little time to amend that on our end from housekeeping, would that suffice, Chair?
Yeah, and if we can just bring it back as an ordinance then, because that's what we'll have to do.
No, Mr. Chair, I'm saying since we've done this with a resolution, it won't require an ordinance. We can put it as part of the ordinance, as it's always been done with a resolution. And Ms. Carey can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe since we've initiated this as an ordinance, as policy, I don't think we have to make it an ordinance to pass it. That's my
Boom. Carrie, take it.
So I think in order to keep it clean and for people to be able to easily follow what has happened and the changes made, it would be best to do it as an ordinance, as an amendment to the ordinance or an amended ordinance. And so then we can bring it back with the ordinance, with a clean version the next time for all of you to vote on and then sign.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
Carrie, if I'm not mistaken, if we're going to do it as an ordinance, don't we have to publish it for 30 days?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Yeah. So that's fine. If we can just get the ordinance, published at the next meeting, we'll do this clean and amend it and update E360 code online and do this right. I'm perfectly fine with that. So
That would be the best way.
we'll just do that. Okay. But you have the direction that we want to go as a commission. So, well, that's fun, but we have a motion in a second. So where do we go from this?
I don't know, Mr. Chairman, I think there's two ways. We can either table this specific item, or we withdraw the motion and then just have those withdrawn and move on to the next agenda item.
Let's just table. I would prefer to table.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion, we table this item until the next board meeting.
I will second that motion. So we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds, a second by myself to table this until the next meeting. Yes? Yes. Okay, Brandy.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez.
Yes. Okay, motion carries. This item is tabled until the next meeting when it's brought back as a resolution. Moving on, we did do number 22, which was the legal contract already. So we are on to item number 23, which is the final plat approval for a type 2 subdivision to be known as Las Flores Subdivision Phase 2. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve. Welcome, Ms. Amesworth.
Thank you. Okay, this is a request to approve the final plat for Las Flores subdivision Phase 2, a type 2 subdivision with 32 residential lots on a little over 6 acres. Those lots range from 0.138 acres to 0.175. And you can see there the location on the map. Here's an aerial of the area. You can see this is largely residential and agricultural. The preliminary plat was approved by the BOCC on July 25th, 2023, and it has now been completed. All the infrastructure has been installed and inspected, and they do have a letter of substantial completion from our engineering department. And so at this point, they are requesting the final plat approval so they can go ahead and record and start selling lots and constructing the homes on those lots. At this point, I will stand for any questions.
Okay, commissioners. Comments, questions?
Do you have a question? I have one.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Chair. On page 312 of the request, I couldn't help but notice a couple of paragraphs here that I thought were interesting and curious. It's on page, it's actually page 12 of the request, or 312 of our package. And third paragraph down, it says water delivery within the subdivision by an 8-inch PVC C900 with 3/4-inch service lines to each lot. The water delivery system will be operated and maintained by Lower Rio Grande Water Works Authority. No problem with that. Outdoor water use is limited to 30 gallons per day average. And then skip that next paragraph, and it says that indoor plumbing toilets are required to use not more than 1.6 gallons to flush. Shower heads shall be a maximum flow rate of 2.5 gallons per minute. Kitchen and bathroom faucets shall be maximum flow rate of 2.5 gallons per minute. And it says the appliances, low water use dishwashers are required, low water washing machines are required. And here's my question. How are we going to police this?
This is, that's a good question, Commissioner. And this is the disclosure statement that will be provided to those who will purchase these properties.
Yeah.
However, this is not something that's regulated by the county, and it will not be enforced by the county. This will have to be enforced by Lower Rio Grande because these are their requirements. It's similar to covenants. While they may be filed and recorded and provided to property owners, because they're not the county's regulations, the county is not authorized to provide the enforcement.
Okay. Okay, so if Lower Rio Grande doesn't make sure that this happens, do we have any options or do we have any authority? Should we have authority if they don't do it?
You know, that's a legal question that I can't answer, but I can tell you that the county would not be providing enforcement. If there are issues within the subdivision, and the property owners would have some rights in that regard.
Is there going to be an HOA? Okay.
Not that I,
All right.
not that I know of.
He just answered it, sorry, with a head shake. Okay, that's just my question is, are we responsible for doing it and how are we going to do it? And if not, and it's the Lower Rio Grande, then I think we as a commission should consider how we would control the Lower Rio Grande as well, because water is an issue that we should be aware of throughout the whole county, you know, and doing something with.
That's
all.
correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Christina, and I think I'll have to look at our friends from Tierra del Sol and Rose. I think one of the things that we've seen, and I know it's a busy day for you all because I know we also approved funding for the other subdivision earlier during the consent agenda, but I think this goes in a lot with the themes that we've seen from Tierra del Sol, where these are all high-efficiency units and some of the additional requirements. So I'm figuring that I understand the Commissioner Reynolds, your concern with enforcement. I think, and I don't know, I think it's a good question. I think and I'm just guessing part of this was part of the construction requirements and all going to the idea that these are high efficiency homes. And so, once they're in, I don't know that they're, how and when that'll be policed. But I think it's at least a good goal, and I think it's, at least of the requirements, if that's what they are putting in. I'd hate to make an assumption that, once you have those appliances, you have a toilet or you have any of those in, those are items that you don't generally change very often. And so hopefully those are things that will just stay installed or into the units. But I appreciate you bringing it up. I just wanted to bring it up because I think it's something that Tierra del Sol has always been shooting for, those high efficiency homes to reduce the cost in the end for those homeowners as well. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none. Any public comment? Okay, Brandy.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Chair Sheljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Plot's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is commission input follow-up.
Thank you for your patience today.
Bye, Rose. If any commissioner has follow-up, I don't know how any of us can talk anymore today, but by all means, take it away, anyone.
Mr. Chairman, I know I said it several times, but I really appreciate the open and candid conversations from the commission, from the staff. Thank you, especially, I know Deb, Stephen, Jonathan, thank you so much for indulging us, answering questions, and providing input, and helping direct us, I think, where there's additional context needed. I really appreciate all the support that we've had from the staff, and really appreciate the discussion we have as a commission very much. So, thank you.
Sounds perfect. I appreciate that one. That was a good use of words. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
I'd like to echo what Commissioner Sanchez says, and that is that, since we don't have an opportunity or don't have the right to talk to each other and mention all these things, if we don't get educated here, many times we don't know what's going on. So having an open discussion with us with an open mind at this board, I think is very critical to our success of doing the right thing and cooperation with the staff as well. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Okie dokie. With that being said, the time is 12:45, and I call this meeting adjourned.
Wait.
We
Correspondence.
still have correspondence. We're not done.
We have closed session too.
Oh, we do. Never mind, we're here.
So for correspondence, we do have a few. Mike Lowther versus Doña County. Personal representative of the wrongful death of Brian De Bizarro versus Doña County, and Albert Sandoval versus Doña County.
Thank you, Brandy.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that the Board of County Commissioners convene in closed session to discuss personnel matter relating to an individual employee as authorized by the Open Meeting Act, Section 10-15-1H2. And also, during this session, I'd like to highlight that we may discuss further matters subject to attorney-client privilege pertaining to currently pending and threatened litigation under, as noted in the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H7.
Say that 5 times.
I second it.
Sounds good. Brandy, can you roll call us to go into closed session, please?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. We're in closed session.
I got copied on this SCRDT meeting.
I wonder if,
I'm not gonna be there. If you're not, if you're gonna be there, I'm not gonna be there.
I'm gonna be, I told them I'm gonna miss, I do have a conflict for the first 30 minutes. So I've already tried to see if they can get the vice chair to cover the 30 minutes. And then I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna be, it's a work meeting. I'm just gonna do here in the building and then come down.
Okay, well, if you need me to cover for you, I think I can make it.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's no problem. Like I said, I should be able to. It's just that first 30 minutes. And it might not even be the whole amount. It's just, we have a call with the customer tomorrow.
Okay, if the three of you are here, you got a quorum, you can close without me.
Yeah.
I'll run ahead really quick, I'll be right back.
William. Oh, there's weird stuff. I thought you guys bought a sign. I literally thought there was like a digital sign thing. Okay, folks, the time is 11:28-ish. 1:28. The time is 1:28, and we are back from closed session, and I just want to go ahead and say that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items that put us into closed session. And we are adjourned. Thank you so much. The time is 1:39 now. We'll just do that. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.